Hello everyone, welcome on into another stream of Last Protagonist, checking out a bunch of lore videos. Hope you're doing well. It's been a minute since we've done one of these, hasn't it? Well, the good news is, procrastinating, looking at lore stuff gives more content creators to release more stuff. So the TLDR is I waited to start looking at lore videos until Levo finished his last one. So we're actually going to be starting off today's looking at Level Lore's latest one, which he came out with 5 days ago. Levo, I see you in chat. Welcome back in. As well as Asnex, KD, Korn, and Jay Dixon, and Elden Enthusiast, and Mothcrab. So, no, just in all seriousness, I wanted to play a bunch of games, and was getting a little bit burned out on the Elden Ring stuff for a while. So now I'm, looking forward to what's going to potentially come with Night Rain. And I've got a little bit of a downtime in the schedule. I haven't finished beating Kazan yet. It's probably going to take me a couple more days at the least, I'm assuming, at this rate. And I don't know if I want to play Saga Frontier 2 immediately on stream or if at all. So I figure what better time than now to get back into some things than essentially what's going to become an April Fool's stream, apparently. So anyway, that'll be enough pontificating about that for me for now. So as for the docket today, we're going to check out a bunch of things that I'm really interested in seeing. So we have Why Does the Elden Beast Attack Us by Level Lore first, followed with Pevigaled Sage's Marika and the Snakeskin in Bonny Village, unveiling the Gloam-Eyed Queen connection. And then the thumbnail asks, was Marika the Gek? Then following that up, we have Uncovering Marika and the Shaman's Hidden Origins, Elden Ring Lore Theory and Speculation by Zaif the Scholar. Following that, we have The Erdtree is a Tree of Memories, Elden Ring Lore by Nameless Singer. So this is an opinion that I've long held, that essentially like the remembrances are kind of like the way that the Norns would etch fate into the Yggdrasil. So that way, like, the memories of people would get forever instilled onto like the Tree of Life and whatnot. So yeah. You think I should play what I want? Well, that's the thing. I don't always know what I want. Sometimes even I have moments of indecision and, dare I say, even hesitation. So anyway, yeah, welcome on in, everybody. And PC, nice to see you again. So I'm doing pretty well. How about you guys? All right. So with all that out of the way, let's go ahead and dive on into the first video with Level Lore's Why Does the Elden Beast Attack Us?
Stand before the Elden Ring and become the Elden Lord. We've heard these words countless times. It's our ultimate goal to repair the Elden Ring. To become Elden Lord, we need to satisfy just two conditions. First, acquire at least 2 great runes. In other words, prove our strength. Why the Elden Ring can be repaired with...
Alright, so Levo, I think I told you this on the last video, but I've noticed it already like a couple times. So I'm going to apologize to literally everybody in chat ahead of time. Oh yeah, and let me know how the sound balance is. I probably turned that down a bit too low. I should have been paying more attention. So sorry if I ruined the video, but I've noticed you've got a lot of mouth noise, and some of this stuff, it's a real pain in the ass to do, and you don't have to do it. You could go editing post to get rid of some of the mouth noise. I'll try to play this segment right here and point out what I'm talking about.
In other words, prove our strength.
Alright, so right there at the very end, after strength, you have like a little bit of saliva in your mouth that just like peeks through. Sometimes like while you're speaking, it doesn't really matter as much because it's just kind of a normal part of speech, but I try to minimize having those kind of sounds come out in between words or like pauses and whatnot. And of course, like me doing this in a live setting with a headset, it's just going to be awful on my part as well. So this was just kind of like one of those things of, is it worth addressing these kind of things or not? And that's kind of a personal question, but I at least wanted to draw attention to it because I know this can grate on some people's nerves. Like I didn't even notice this as a phenomenon myself until I started making content. So unfortunately, I will bear the burden of sharing that forbidden knowledge with you. All right. So anyway, I'll back this up and let you make that full point.
It's our ultimate goal to repair the Elden Ring. To become Elden Lord, we need to satisfy just 2 conditions. First, acquire at least 2 great runes. In other words, prove our strength. Why the Elden Ring can be repaired with only 2 great runes actually makes sense, but that's a topic for a future video. And the second condition? Well, it seems we simply need to enter the Erdtree and have a word with Marika.
You have earned the right to become Elden Lord. Now, seek the Erdtree and an audience with Queen Marika to become Elden Lord and restore the Golden Order.
But when we finally have the great runes in our hands and approach the Erdtree, something strange happens. The entrance is blocked by impenetrable thorns. The 2 fingers are stunned, and Enya is shocked. It seems only Melina knows what's going on. I remember being just as confused during my first playthrough. Marika, the 2 fingers, the greater will.
So Levo, you asked, do I know any tricks to fix that? You tried drinking water before recording and even tried avoiding drinking it for a while, but it doesn't seem to work. I honestly think a lot of it just takes doing a lot of takes. Some of the big things, as you seem to know, drinking water is supposed to help. I've heard having like a little bit of apple or perhaps even like a little bit of citrus can help, as in addition to all the watery type stuff, to avoid drinking caffeine before you're doing any voice work. And some of it is just like swishing the water around your mouth, making sure that you're well hydrated, but it really sucks. It's the thing that infuriates me perhaps the most in recording my own videos. Mr. Yada, welcome back in. How you doing? So it's a good question. I wish I had a better answer, Levo, because I would be using it myself. So yeah, my advice is you might want to like look up voice actor tutorial like lesson videos, because they might be able to help with stuff like that a little bit better, because that's where I found that tip originally, but I've only had marginal success with it.
What's going on? I remember being just as confused during my first playthrough. Marika, the 2 fingers, the greater will, the finger readers. Everyone wants us to repair the Elden Ring, and Marika can't be the one who blocked me the path as she's shackled. So, why is this happening? When we finally reach the final boss, the answer lies right before our eyes. The one inside the Erdtree blocking our path wasn't Marika, it was Radagon. Radagon didn't want us to become Elden Lord. His main motive in the story is to preserve his Golden Order. So everything makes sense now. We've uncovered the reason behind the plot twist of why the Erdtree was blocked. It's finally time to restore the Elden Ring.
And to add a little bit of a note to this, another potential motivation why Radagon wouldn't want anyone else to become Elden Lord is because he's currently Elden Lord. And in order for somebody to subsume his position, he needs to be moved out of the way, if you catch his drift.
But then, something really nonsensical happens when we defeat Radagon. The Elden Ring vanishes from his body. Then, the Elden Ring itself takes the form of a beast resembling a dragon. It transforms Radagon into a sword and starts fighting with us. What's going on here? Does the Elden Ring itself not want to be repaired? Is that what's happening? But the Greater Will clearly wants us to become the Elden Lord, right? None of this makes sense. Or does it? Actually, it all makes perfect sense. But first, we need to talk about Radagon's signature crosshatch pattern in the Elden Ring. This detail is extremely important for understanding what's happening. What does it mean? The majority of players refers to it as Radagon's Great Rune. But I think they are mistaken. It's not Great Rune at all. So, what is it?
An Elden Rune.
Radagon's Scar Seal. An eye engraved with an Elden Rune, said to be the seal of King Consort Radagon. The pattern here is referred to as the Elden Rune. It's deliberately named as something different from the Great Runes. Marika's seal also features a depiction of her Elden Rune, which we can see within the Elden Ring itself.
Right, so for this, I just want to double check the Shadow of the Erdtree stuff. I forgot what they called the lenses in that one. Occlusion? No. Occluding? Occultation? Occultation, okay. Wait, no. It's called Marika's Rune, isn't it? Yeah, Marika's Rune. Versus what? Elden Rune? Marika's Rune? I guess it doesn't necessarily have to be a great rune. That might be fair. All right. It's not too relevant yet. I'm going to hold on to that thought for now. And then the Maniae, welcome in. Is Godfrey ever referred to as King Consort Godfrey? I don't think he's called it that way specifically. Sometimes when they call Radagon Consort, or no, maybe I'm thinking of the Michelin part. Some of it is more of an interpretation than what's actually in the text. I don't think Godfrey is called a consort specifically, but sometimes the word lord is used interchangeably with consort, I believe, in the localization.
But that's about all the information the game provides regarding the nature of the Elden Rune. So any answers can only be built on assumptions and leap of logic. I believe the hint about its true nature is hidden in the Circlet of Light's item description. The Circlet of Light, which adorned Miquella's head as he returned in divine aspect, it has begun to fade into nothingness. This circle was to be the very foundation upon which Miquella's Age of Compassion would be built, should it have ever come to pass.
I was going to say, I like the music. I think it might be ever so slightly too loud there once they added in like that little extra section there.
So, I believe the Elden Runes serve similar roles. They act as foundations. They form the base of the Elden Ring, upon which other runes are placed. Marika's Rune served as the cornerstone for the Elden Ring itself. Since she is the vessel for the ring, without her the Elden Ring couldn't exist. But what about Radagon's Elden Rune? And why does it matter anyway for the Elden Beast motivation? Radagon's crosshatch pattern carries a double meaning. While it's certainly an Elden Rune, the shape itself is used outside the Elden Ring for various purposes. Radagon employs this pattern frequently. We can observe it in the design of the Golden Order Greatsword, the Mask of Confidence, and even in incantations that he likely crafted himself. But Radagon wasn't just an exceptionally talented smith.
I'm wondering about that. So, I think you're kind of implying here that Radagon created Litany of Proper Death, and he very well may have, but it's also, at least, hold on, let me just pull up that description for you guys. I don't really think this detracts from your point whatsoever. I'm just bringing it up as a bit of extra context for everyone. Where's me view size? All right, you guys should be able to see this well. Let me look at my stream. Oh yeah, that should be big enough. Okay. So Litany of Proper Death creates an image of order dealing holy damage to nearby foes. And to me, this has always been very important in connecting Radagon to the Golden Order itself, at least for me. But I don't know why I looked over here so I'd get the icon. So I do think that the crosshatch pattern is very definitively Radagon's because you get it with the Radagon source seal and whatnot. But I don't know if I would go so far as to say that all of the Golden Order incantations that have it were created by him specifically. If for the only reason, then we do have Miquella creating some Golden Order fundamentalist incantations. And of course, Radagon traded. But to be fair, those ones don't have the crosshatch pattern. So this might not be wrong, but I don't know. I just thought it was worth bringing up.
He was also a skilled seamster, as evident from the gold sieving needle.
Amazing! I've never seen a golden needle. Not in all my life. with a spectacular royal crest to boot.
In sieving, there is a popular technique called crosshatch quilting, where straight lines are stitched in a grid or diagonal pattern across the fabric, creating a series of intersecting lines that resembles a crosshatch design. I believe this is one of the inspirations for Radagon's Elden Rune design. I went deeper into the significance of Radagon being both a smith and a seamster in my Radagon origin video.
Okay, maybe I saw it in your video as well. I was about to say, and this isn't sarcastic, by the way, that I just love how many theories have cropped up in relation to Radagon's crosshatch sigil, because we've got you, and I think Saint Trina also came up with the seamstress angle. Maybe I heard Quaylog talk about it as well. And so we've got like the crosshatch thing. I know TA was talking about the crosshatch lattice for like gardening. For some reason I'm thinking of like vines and ivy and like tomatoes especially. Then we've definitely heard the web of weird thing. I don't even remember, but I mean that's one of the first things I thought of when I saw it. So hey Phantom Leaves, how's it going? Nice to see you again. And Chadwick, welcome back in. And then of course Without Horns.
So be sure to check it out if you haven't already. So the second meaning of this crosshatch pattern is that it's Radagon's personal crafting technique, used in both his sieving and smithing. It's just his signature style. When Radagon smiths a sword, he uses golden threads to hold it together. If he crafts an incantation...
Okay, so you might get to this later, so I might be jumping ahead of you for a bit. But just to add a bit more context to your point here. So when you look at the Golden Order Greatsword's description at the very bottom, it says, telltale signs betrayed that this was once the Greatsword bequeathed to him by his first wife, Renala. Wait. Is that a little bit different in the Japanese? Modeled after the Elden Ring itself. Okay, it might be in the Japanese. It's not too important. Well, anyway, we all know from the fact that it was a different sword to begin with that when we compare the Golden Order Greatsword to Ranni's Darkmoon Greatsword, it doesn't have that cross-hatched pattern. And so that's a pretty big indicator that that was not native to the sword. So that's kind of one of his signatures. So that could have reinforced this point a little bit further. No. I wasn't trying to say that you were saying that was the only inspiration as well. I definitely appreciated your use of language when you said one of the inspirations. That's kind of why I brought it up, because there's many that we could draw from. And then Mao and Forgeborge, nice to see you guys again. How's it going?
He incorporated his golden crosshatch pattern as the foundation of the spell.
See, I stepped on his toes.
So what does this crosshatch pattern specifically mean in the context of the Elden Ring? Marika shattered the Elden Ring with her hammer, but it was Radagon, and Radagon alone, who attempted to repair it. I believe that during this time, Radagon embedded his Elden Rune into the Elden Ring's formula. He repaired it using his crosshatch pattern once more, employing his personal smithing techniques. Now,
so this point is one of confusion and contention amongst lore theorists about the game. I definitely understand why people think he would have incorporated his sigil upon mending the shattered Elden Ring. I am unsure myself. I tend to lean more towards the interpretation that his crosshatch pattern probably predated him being present in the shattering, and I think it must have been around either before or during the time he became Elden Lord himself, because we've got that crosshatch pattern on his statues in like Raya Lucaria, the Stormcaller Church, the Church of Pilgrimage. Does that have Radagon statue? I think it does. Anyway, so I think the crosshatch pattern is definitely older than the shattering. And if you want to make the suggestion that it's an Elden rune, then I think you would also need to come up with a plausible explanation why an Elden Rune should have been divorced from the Elden Ring before the Shattering with this perspective in mind. And maybe that's not even that big of a deal in general. Does it exist in Fair Missoula? So that's a good question, Katie. I think this is arguable. I think some people believe it does in a sort of different fashion. Let me pull up screenshots. Oh, that's what I forgot to do. Forgot to actually label all of my Shadow of the Erdtree stuff. Okay, cool. It's right here. All right, so this is the Fair Missoulian Elden Ring depiction here. And I personally don't think it looks very Radagon-esque as far as like the crosshatch pattern design goes, but some people believe that the root structures are kind of the same principle embedded into the ring, I guess. But of course, I kind of just disagree with that.
Now, his Elden Rune symbolizes a new foundation upon which Radagon rebuilt the Elden Ring. It's not that he intended to insert a new rune into it. This is simply how Radagon approached smithing. It's his style. It was a desperate move. With the Elden Ring having lost the support of Queen Marika, he had to imbue it with his own support, his own foundation, his Elden Rune. One compelling argument supporting this theory is that we've never actually seen how the Elden Ring looked before the Shattering. The iconic depiction we are all familiar with is actually its current, fractured version. And in every representation available in the game, whether in seals, books, sigils, or even the giant Erdtree's door, there is no sign of Radagon's Elden Rune.
True, and you're probably going to bring this up as well, but for what it's worth, even with like the older depictions of the Elden Ring, it's not as though we see Marika's rune in there as well, so there's definitely room for argument with how everyone wants to present their position.
There is no crosshatch pattern anywhere. Let's get back to the main topic. From the Elden Star
Oh, that's a cool weapon choice to fight the Elden Beast with.
spell description, we can say that the Elden Beast is the Elden Ring. It's not just a vessel or a guardian of the Elden Ring. It is the Elden Ring. They are one and the same. We can see proof of this in the final battle. The Elden Beast appears only when the Elden Ring disappears from Radagon's body. So essentially, the Elden Ring just takes on a different form. As I described earlier, Radagon repaired the Elden Ring using his own Elden Rune as the foundation, while Marika tried to discard her influence by shattering the Elden Ring along with her Elden Rune. Even though Marika and Radagon are the same person, now only Radagon has control over the Elden Ring. He is the vessel of it, not Marika. We can deduce this from the final cutscene. We see inside Marika and Radagon's bodies. Marika's body remained hollow, but at the moment when she transformed into Radagon, the Elden Ring suddenly appears. That's because now Radagon, and Radagon alone, has control over it. Continuing this logical chain, if Radagon has control over the Elden Ring, then obviously he can control the Elden Beast, because they are the same thing. He willingly became a sword to protect his golden order, just like his daughter willingly became a sword to protect her brother. Radagon literally became a sword to defend what was important to him. So it doesn't matter if the Greater Will, the Finger Readers, Marika, and everyone else in the world want you to repair the Elden Ring. Radagon doesn't want that. He blocked your path into the Erdtree with impenetrable thorns, and now he and his ring are fighting you at the end. He is truly the main villain of this story. So the final question remains, why? Why doesn't Radagon want us to brandish the Elden Ring? We can't say for sure what his origin is. He might be the slave from Castle Morne, he might have been Marika from the very beginning. But one thing seems almost certain. His current form is closely tied to the creation of the Golden Order. He is the Radagon of the Golden Order after all. That's why he wants to preserve his age. He doesn't want the age of the Darkborn or the age of Star. He doesn't want a better world. He wants his own age. His precious Golden Order. To better understand Radagon's current motive, I highly recommend checking out Smoketown's video about Radagon. Even though I don't agree with everything in it, it's a great video and he perfectly describes Radagon's motivation. And if you are interested in exploring his possible past, be sure to check out my video explaining his origin. Before we wrap up, here's an interesting fact. Back in 1947, a Swedish-American farmer named Axel Erlandsson opened a horticultural attraction called the Tree Circus, advertised with the slogan, "See the world's strangest trees here." He crafted some truly fascinating trees, bending them and using pruning or even crafting. Some of his most remarkable works include the tool-leg tree and the basket tree. But I want to draw your attention to another one of his creations. Does this one look familiar? I bet it was an inspiration for the impenetrable thorns. And this tree is called Needle and Thread Tree. A saving team
I didn't know about that name. I've definitely seen this tree before, so okay.
again. Looks like crosshatch quilting was truly an inspiration for Radagon's pattern after all.
Now I'll be able to sew anything, even the threads of the demigods.
That's it for today's video. Sorry again for the long pause between uploads, and especially for my voicing. I know it was really bad today. The next two videos are almost finished, and honestly, they will probably have similar.
Oh, so you've even got the dates ready, huh? Alright, so Alexander has eaten Radon. Okay, nice. Why Alexander eating Radon is more important than you think. And then Destined Death's true meaning was lost in translation. Uh-oh, that's not good.
Similarly questionable voice quality, unfortunately. But after that, I promise, I will practice hard and improve for the next videos. I've got several shorter ones in the works, so you can expect regular uploads about once every 2 weeks for now. Thanks you all so much for the support you've shown. It truly means a lot to me. I appreciate your patience. And I will see you soon. Thank you.
Alright, sorry, it's like really choppy on my end. Alright, I'm gonna post the link for Levovit Video's video. Levovit Lore's video into the chat if you guys want to go give him support. I do unironically like the video. So Levo asks, what do I think? Did the theory sound convincing or did it win me over? So it's very hard to win me over when there's pretty much any amount of ambiguity. So rather than trying to frame things that way, I will instead offer you a lot of tinfoil theories that will make everybody sick and puke and cry and all that stuff. So if anything, I think what you have provided is certainly plausible and I really don't have any problems with it. However, I also think you could potentially even go a step further with what you've argued. And this has definitely been something I've wondered over time, but the unfortunate thing about trying to theory craft some of this stuff is that it's so far removed from what content we have in the game, it can never be proven like true or false, which kind of makes it really hard to talk about, or at least it's difficult for me to feel comfortable enough to like make a truly dedicated video to this kind of topic. So enough waffling around. So like I've been hinting at, I've wondered whether or not Radagon was an instantiation of the Elden Beast and whether or not Marika took the Elden Beast into her body because she does have the Elden Ring. So, I mean, she certainly does to some extent, but I am curious how much of Radagon is Marika versus something else, and whether or not, especially with warning Chadwick, Shadow of the Erdtree's addition to the lore, whether or not Marika provided some kind of a divine invocation ritual which would allow the Elden Beast to enter her body, and whether or not that has some ties to Radagon is something that I'm still really on the fence about, but I think there's a lot of attractive points to it. Just because of like the whole timeline, I've really wondered whether or not the point in which Marika became a quote-unquote god actually happened when she had her union with Radagon, as opposed to the very beginning of her reign with Lord Godfrey. I'm still really on the fence about that. Like, part of me doesn't like it from a storytelling standpoint, like how much of that is left in the dark. It just feels too difficult for me to try to make others really believe it. But to me, it seems like it could wrap up a lot of things. Hey, Levo, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Yeah, and it's true. As you said in your video, any possible answer would have to rely on leaps of logic and interpretations. So I think when you have those kind of disclaimers ahead of time, it wouldn't be too bad to go into that big old tinfoil speculation stuff. But overall, I think it was a very grounded video. As for whether or not Radagon is the Elden Beast, I do think there is something to that because of like the black mist that is his arm is kind of like the same thing as the Elden Beast to me. And I really just wish we learned something about what the hell Empyreans actually were or are in the DLC. And we kind of didn't. It's just like they really pulled a Dark Souls 3 on us, but with somehow even less clarification on a lot of the fundamental lore mechanics. And then Corvinus, welcome back to the stream. What fort map is this? This is Levovit, map Levovit. Chadwick said, Japanese Sachiko patching also uses that crosshatch technique, but that too is built for reinforcement more so than pure creation. It's for patching holes by adding another piece of fabric. And yeah, so for anybody who doesn't know Chadwick, my man's is like a professional seamstress, sort of, a seamster, I guess. He's made some really cool designs he's shared with us on the Discord before. Apparently, like, he's responsible for the whole, like, night hoodie. So we like, the hood is like a helmet essentially, and it looks really cool. And then his idea got stolen. Eldon, you could have sworn somebody provided a possible etymology for Radagon's name meaning beastly. If so, I haven't seen that. Katie says, at this point, honestly, now you think that the headcanon is more important than anything? That's fair. Soist. Okay. Different life. Okay. And then Brahmastra, welcome in. Welcome on in. You're convinced by Levovit's interpretation. Sweet. Okay. This deep into the lore is all about personal interpretation. Yeah. So that's kind of why I like to try to enable as many possible readings of the text as I can that are grounded as well as they can be, even if I hate some of them. This one I don't, though. So, okay, I'll go ahead and share that with you guys again if you want to give Levo some support. So, Levo, thanks for the video, and thanks for joining us in looking at it. So, hopefully that can be helpful for your next ones with, like, the voice tips and whatnot. It just sucks, man. I really hate voice recording. So that's why I only stream and talk for 3 hours every day. Anyway, let's go ahead and move on to the next video with Pevigaled Sages, Marika and the Snakeskin in Bonny Village, unveiling the Gloam-Eyed Queen connection. So, I thought he said he was going to try to hop into stream tonight, so maybe I could instead check out Zafes instead. Wait, let me double check my messages. Thought he replied. I'm pretty sure he did. Okay, instead of checking out this one first, I'll go ahead and look at Zafes. Oh, okay, you are here. Okay. Welcome back in, Pevigaled Sage. So for those who may not have heard the news, Pevigaled Sage's old channel got hacked, so he had to go ahead and make a new one. I don't think we've watched any of his channels videos under his new moniker. So, why am I drawing a blank on what you're originally called right now? I feel so silly, but I've always said I'm really bad with names, which isn't much of a defense. The Discerning Tarnished. I remembered. Yeah, so Pevigaled Sage was formerly known as the Discerning Tarnished, so he had to unfortunately remake his channel. So that was only a couple months ago, and so he's gotten 5 videos up since then, and he said he wanted to revisit some of his original ones and up the production quality. So we also have more content to look forward to in the future. Hey Stowboat, nice to see you again. All right. So let's go ahead into everybody's favorite topic, Marika and the Gek, and now with the snakeskin in Bonny Village.
Told a friend that I would never make a video about the Gloam-Eyed Queen because
All right, this is YouTube's problem. I don't know why I have like 1 frame a second right now. Oh, it's probably because it's on like auto. It really does only happen to me when I stream. Let me refresh it.
I once told a friend that I would never make a video about the Gloam-Eyed Queen
Stupid full screen.
because she was such an enigmatic character. Little did I
It really is just when I full screen.
know that my 5th Elden Ring lore video would be all about the Gloam-Eyed Queen.
You should have had an asterisk next to that 5th right there. We know the truth.
So what made me change my mind? It all started when I first discovered Bonny Village and couldn't help but notice its striking resemblance to the Windmill or Dominilla Village. We will talk more about the Windmill Village soon.
All right, I literally just can't full screen. Okay, so I'm just going to up the quality then, because hopefully that'll make it play a little bit better. That was a fool's errand. Classic
I once
YouTube.
told a friend that I would never make
Is the audio silent on everyone's part or only yours? I could turn up the video audio if it ever plays again.
So what made me change my mind? It all started when I first discovered Bonny Village. And
So can you
couldn't
not hear it
help
right now?
But notice its striking resemblance to the Windmill or Dominilla Village. We will talk more about the Windmill Village soon. But what really intrigued me about Bonny Village was finding the old mother gesture and a snake skin resting a short distance away. There are at least 3 prominent characters in the game associated with snakes. Rykard, a
Still
demigod
quiet? Okay.
and offspring of Radagon and Renala. Then we have Messmer, who calls Marika his mother. And of course, the Gloam-Eyed Queen herself. I doubt the snakeskin in Bonny Village belongs to Rykard, since his story ends in the base game. Messmer has snakes, but they are too small to shed such an enormous skin. That leaves us with suspect number 3, the Gloam-Eyed Queen herself. Could the snake skin we find in Bonny Village be hers? Was she serpentine in nature?
Well, we also do have like the old snake god. Granted, you might tie that into the whole Rykard thing, but for what it's worth, the Shadowlands were sealed before the Shattering, so it could have happened before Rykard got eaten. But there might also be other snakes.
These questions led me to take a closer look at the snake skin in Bonny Village and the Temple of Igle. A casual glance at the snakeskin in Bonny Village doesn't reveal anything special. However, when you take a planimetric or top view, things begin to take shape. Things get even more interesting when we rotate the image of the snakeskin, and one's mind is blown away when you flip the image. The rotated and flipped image of the snakeskin reminds me of a pattern I have seen across the lands between. Oh yes, it's the pattern behind Marika's statues, scattered throughout the base game. At first, I wasn't sure, so I did a side-by-side comparison between the snakeskin I found in Bonny Village and the pattern behind Marika's statue. And oh boy, I was blown away. We have the two circular patterns, the tail and even the heads of Marika and the snake resting in the same position. At this point, I knew I had to investigate the large snake skin in the Temple of Igle. But before we head to the Temple of Igle, I would appreciate it if you subscribed to my channel if you haven't already. And while you're at it, please like and share your comments. I would also like to point out that this video is part 1 of my lore about the Gloam-Eyed Queen. I will be collaborating with another talented friend called Way of Colors to bring you part 2. Way of Colors has a Discord server where he shares some of the best Elden Ring lore I have ever come across. You will find a link to his Discord server in the description below. I encourage you to pay his server a visit.
As above, so below. So yeah, about the whole snakeskin effigy looking kind of like Marika shawl, I'm not totally on board with it, although I do think it's a novel theory. As Corn said, it's a bit of a jump, but it's creative. I'm willing to hear more is what I'm saying. So, yeah.
Once again, the snakeskin in the Temple of Igle reminded me of Marika's statues, particularly the way she stretches.
I was going to say, a snake doesn't have arms, so that's why it got flayed open to be the crucified. That's kind of an interesting idea.
Out her arms, which is very reminiscent of how the snake skin in the Temple of Igle has been stretched out. But that's not all. The God Slayer seal, an item associated with the Gloam-Eyed Queen and her Godskin duo, has an intriguing design. If we rotate it so the pointed end faces upward and do the same for the footage of Marika we see during the opening cinematic of the base game, that is where she has a dark circular object behind her, we notice some striking similarities. The God Slayer's seal is black, just like the object behind Marika. Additionally, the God Slayer seal has 2 lines of semicircles decorated with golden floral patterns.
You know, this reminds me, and I don't believe I've ever thought this before, so give me a second to see if I have a good screenshot for this. Whoops, maybe if I spell correctly. it's not a screenshot, I might have footage of it somewhere. Oh, wait. It does end up looking a little bit different. So I was wondering whether or not Marika's shawl had the same kind of design pattern as the tapestries in Fair Missoula, which, man, if that did, I would have been so embarrassed that I hadn't thought about that before. I mean, I'm a little bit embarrassed now, to be honest. So at least that's a little bit different. So as far as this actually being black, I would classify this as more of like a really deep navy blue. So I don't know how fair that is, but snakes with arms? You mean lizards? Not anymore. You gotta make them have arms, apparently. PC, you saw this theory a while back, but your interpretation was that a snake imitating Marika's trademark pose is just a perfect case of volcano man or blasphemy. That's also a really good possibility as well. That's fair. Let him cook? I'm gonna let him cook, but it just made me want to cook a little bit too.
And the object behind Marika also has two semicircular lines decorated with golden patterns. Also notice the golden bracelets around Marika's wrists, which resembles snake shapes. Marika has similar bracelets in the DLC trailer, where she extracts golden threads from a sack-like cloth. Does all this point to Marika being the Gloam-Eyed Queen? It would be a bit premature to conclude that Marika is or was the Gloam-Eyed Queen based solely on a snake skin. So let's look at some of the other attributes of the Gloam-Eyed Queen.
Stoutboat says, there's another comparison somewhere that the Godskin seal looks like a uterus. At first I was going to dunk on it, and then I remembered the designer quote for Gwendolyn's dress said, what was it exactly? That it was supposed to evoke images of, like, periods, I guess? It's been too long since I looked at it. I don't fully remember the quote. So, I mean, anyway, I was going to say that the Godskin seal, at the very least, is supposed to be that of an open palm. I think that one's a little bit clearer in the Japanese, and I don't think it really talks about the obsidian, but also like the sigil itself looks like a flame at the least. So who's to say that it also can be a uterus or anything else? Messmer, the Godskin noble.
We know the Gloam-Eyed Queen harnessed the power of Black Flame, which was part of the Elden Ring. She also cradled young Godskin apostles. Let's talk about the Godskin apostles for a bit. The item description for the swaddle cloth specifically mentions Godskin apostles. There are two types of Godskin enemies in the game. The slim or slender type, who are the apostles, and the plump type known as nobles. Together, the apostles and nobles form the Godskin duo. So, perhaps it's only the apostles or slim Godskin enemies that were cradled in the Gloam-Eyed Queen's swaddle cloth. This is significant because the Godskin apostles are reminiscent of another character in the game with a serpentine nature. Let's compare Messmer to a Godskin apostle. Their slender body frames, serpentine nature, and use of some type of flame are quite similar. Could Messmer have been a Godskin noble? Does the statue of Marika we find in Messmer's dark chamber cradling a baby imply that Marika cradled Messmer, who was a Godskin apostle? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. The Godskin enemies are located in strategic locations across the game. We encounter a Godskin noble on the bridge between the inverted Carian Study Hall and the Divine Tower of Leonia. We also encounter another in the Temple of Eagle within Volcano Man. Then we battle the Godskin duo in Farum Azula. For Godskin nobles, we encounter one in the Divine Tower of Kaled, where we obtain the God Slayer's Great Sword. Another is found in Dominilla or the Windmill Village, which brings us to the striking similarities between Dominilla and Bonny Village. Dominilla is home to a matriarchal culture I will refer to as the celebrants, giving the names of the items they drop. These women appear to comprise two factions. One group wears a white cape adorned with the Erdtree emblem, while another group wears a blue cape, aspects of which is reminiscent of the Gloam-Eyed Queen's emblem or sigil.
So that's been a common thought that people have had, but I believe if you compare this to one of the Elden Ring type things, it looks like that as well. So I think this is a case of people seeing what they want to see, because it's visually distinct enough from the Godskin stuff that you can't say it's the same. Do I have a good icon for this? Actually, do I even have this labeled? Dominula? No. Let me check my footage. I thought I had a close-up of their armor at some points. Okay, apparently I don't have the Dominion stuff saved. Just the Nox sigil. You're focused more on the upper section of the pattern? Okay, hold on. I think maybe somebody on Reddit probably already analyzed this. Elden Ring Blue Festival garb. I think there might have been somebody who extracted the texture. Okay. Okay, this is what you're talking about. So this does look a little bit clearer. Okay, I think this is more fair. Never mind. So yeah, I could definitely buy this being more close after all. Oh, right. It's this thing which appears on the edges of the Elden Ring sigil and in a bunch of other places. So the upper part does indeed look more Godskinny. Okay, that's fine. Today I learned.
Interestingly, those adorned in blue.
So what I get for pausing a YouTube video once ever in my life.
Blue cape drop a sickle, which reminds me of the weapons wielded by the Godskin apostles.
Dominula and Bonny Village.
Do you remember I mentioned at the beginning of this video that there is a striking resemblance between the architecture of the buildings in Dominilla and Bonny Village? Perhaps Now is a good time to expand on that subject. First, there is a well in Dominilla, and we first make contact with Bonny Village via a well. Furthermore, there appears to be stables, perhaps for keeping horses, in both Bonny Village and Dominilla.
I'm going to be honest, I don't like the well comparison because I feel like that might be cherry picking things. So if you want to make that claim, I would like it if you said that we lack wells in other locations and explain like why that's should be considered more important other than just like the visual similarities. Because I mean, functionally wells are important for villages for people to get water from, and there's definitely a plethora of wells and fountains within multiple locations in FromSoft games. Bro, YouTube tonight. It's being the worst.
It is interesting to note that Bonny also translates to beautiful or attractive, which might reference the nature of the women who inhabited it. But the Windmill Village or Dominilla is not the only location in the game where we find celebrants. There is another group located in the Hermit Village in Mount Gilman. However, these celebrants are dead, and what is even more intriguing is the pattern on their capes. Their capes are adorned with the Gloam-Eyed Queen sigil or emblem. There is an unrelated observation I made in the Hermit Village that I couldn't help but point out in this video. If you rest at the site of grace close to Master Azure and make your way out of the village, you would come across a rune bear which jumps onto the ground from a small cliff on the right. I always wondered what could account for the bear's actions. But after investigating the location where it jumps from, I realized it was protecting something precious. A bear cub.
Bro, I didn't know that. That's an amazing observation.
I believe the rune bear's actions are meant to divert attention from its cub, an action innate to motherhood. And it's interesting to note that the Gloam-Eyed Queen embodies motherhood. After all, she loves to cradle babies. This brings us to the virgin abductors spread across the lands between.
So I didn't want to forget the point about having the two festive girls in Bonny Village, or not Bonny, the Hermit Village. That's an interesting observation, and that makes me wonder what the corpse looks like next to D, whether or not it just had the guilty set or if it's closer to the festive set. So NPC D. Let me pull up my footage for that. Don't know if I have a close-up on the corpse. I think I do somewhere. Oh, no. I need to think of a better name for D. I know I definitely talked about this on the Discord, so worst comes to worst. Okay, no, this is not a celebrant. Wait, what? Oh, because this is VLC. Because I saw the wreath on this, and that stuck out to my mind as potentially being guilty. So I think this dude, this tarnished guy, does have the guilty set on. So I wonder if we have other corpses elsewhere that I haven't noticed that could be related to the celebrants. I would be surprised if we did, because they're not very good at diversifying the types of corpses in their games at times. So anyway, interesting observation. Level said, ahaha, search D, result found 5,000 matches. It isn't quite that bad because the way that I have things organized on my computer is that for things like that, I put, oh God, this is probably too small to see. So I use an NPC tag so that way I can find things easily. But it also brings up NPC Renala post-fight quote Dark Moon Oathring because there's a D in that file name as well. Hunter of D's.
All the virgin abductors we encounter in the game have heads, except the one in the hermit village. Well, in the land of shadow, there are at least 2 types of decapitated statues or entities. Maliketh and the one close to Bonny village, where we find the old mother gesture. But we shall get into the significance of decapitation later. All right, so we know there is some connection between the Godskin apostles and the women of Dominilla. It also appears there are 3 types of celebrants. We have the 2 variants in Dominilla who adorn blue and golden capes depicting the Gloam-Eyed queen.
So excuse me. Mr. Yada asks, isn't there a headless virgin in the Shadowlands near the fort with the Omen Killers, Fort Reprimand? I think so. I don't remember if I have this labeled Fort Reprimand. I should. Oh, Crucible Wings. Okay, let me... I might not have absolutely everything labeled properly. Uh-oh. Let's see if I can't find anything here. Okay. That's right, guys. You get to see my first DLC playthrough. Oh, I'm not going to get there for a while, I don't think. Then I don't face them anywhere near here. Wait, did I? Oh yeah, that's me getting sagged about the lack of the Crucible Wings flight. Okay, no. So then I think I go next. Nope, that's not it. So unfortunately, I don't think I have really easy footage of that to share right now. That's a good question. I thought you might be right about that for what it's worth. Pepigale says there is one there. You're referring to the base game. Okay. You left the one in the DLC for part 2 of the video. Okay, fair. And then Stella, welcome back in. And we had somebody else join in who I forgot to say hello to. Coach Rand Brannigan. Welcome on in. Here we go.
And the Erdtree emblems respectively. Then there is the 3rd variant located in the hermit village, who wear capes bearing a pattern reminiscent of the Gloam-Eyed queen's emblem, albeit in a golden color.
I can't remember, but we might also have some by the campsite with the abductor virgins at the base of Mount Gelmir, the one where Anastasia invades from. I think I have Anastasia footage. Apparently none over there. Oh, I think I put all of that footage on my hard drive, my external one. Yeah, because it had been so long since I'd actually been doing React streams. I made space on the computer for like Baldur's Gate 3. Because that's a big game. Hold on here. Oh no, this is not going to be it. Okay, no, I don't have the village footage there. All right, Forge Board, you have a good night. Thanks for joining us. Now let's go back to the video.
Put a pin in all this information as we shall return to it later.
Black Flame.
Now, let's delve into Black Flame, a power harnessed by the Gloam-Eyed Queen from the Elden Ring, which she used to cause the demise of gods. If the Gloam-Eyed Queen used the power of the Elden Ring to amplify the power of her Black Flame, one could argue that the Rune of Death is what amplified the power of the Gloam-Eyed Queen's Black Flame. Maliketh, Marika's shadow beast, defeated the Gloam-Eyed Queen and sealed away the Rune of Death, from which Ranni eventually stole a portion to create the blade used to cause Godwyn's demise. But during our battle with Maliketh in Farum Azula, he eventually lets loose the power of destined death, and by extension, the Black Flame, which he imbues into his sword. This gives his sword the properties of the god-slaying blade, which can reduce and wear down HP. So, it's almost as if Maliketh possesses another god-slaying sword. But there is more. A closer examination of Maliketh's blade reveals an intriguing pattern. Notice that the blade has one side of its guard broken. Let's compare the Black Blade to an endgame scene. The scene I'm referring to is where our player character stands before Marika's decapitated statue. Do you notice how Marika has only one hand shaped in the form of a sword guard? Also notice how the lower part of Marika is adorned with a black cloth. Then we have Marika's fractured nature. It's almost as if Marika is meant to depict Maliketh's Black Blade.
So I've got two minds of that, because on one hand it does seem like a really big stretch, but on the other there is always that huge contentious issue of Destined Death's relationship to the Elden Ring, because if it was removed from the ring, then it had to have been part of the ring. Does that therefore mean that Destined Death was part of the ring when Marika had it? And of course, that's very contentious. Some people think that she removed it upon the incarnation of her reign versus it being removed later. So a lot of that really comes down to individual interpretation there. So anyway, Impact Player, welcome back in. And then, yeah, Stoat talks about the red spear on her body when we first see her. So as far as like the actual breaks in Maliketh's blade itself, I think that might be equivocated to the way that Ranni imbues all of the black knives with Destined Death, because they have the same kind of cracked design. And that's a little bit more obvious when you look at things like the Deathrite birds and, of course, like the black blades. But hold on. We also have the concept art for Black Blade and Destined Death. That's not it. Did I ever label this stuff? I never did. It's this one, right? Because when you look at Maliketh's blade and Destined Death itself, like the actual red blade of Destined Death, it too is cracked open, kind of reminiscent of the scars in Maliketh's stone blade, whatever you want to call it. Why am I being extra blind? Oh, wait. Why am I using such small icons? That doesn't help me. So weird having such huge icons right now. Maybe it's not this look. Oh, here it is. Okay. So I think it becomes a little bit more obvious when you look at the concept art for Destined Death itself, rather than the model in-game, that even this is cracked open, kind of in a pattern reminiscent of what you get on like the Black Knives and whatnot. So that makes me a little bit more unsure about how I want to connect that all to Marika and whatnot. All right, let's pull up the video again. Impact said, Marika's body wasn't cracked in such a way until after the battle with the Elden Beast. No. So it was cracked a bit. I guess we could pull up that, what do you call it, cutscene as well. All right, so when you look at her body, it's cracked here. Hold on, let me do this. I can make it bigger. We have the technology. So she's still got like a bunch of cracks going down her body as well. And granted, she still has two hands at this point. So maybe that is another reason to kind of disagree with some of the premises of the argument right now, that Marika's body corresponds to Maliketh's blade, because she isn't always like that. But that's a good point to bring up as well. Brahmastra says, the weirdest thing to them is we have no more information, or no sure information about the idea that there was another god before Marika. She either cleaned it all or she's not the Gek. So we do have at least the serpent god. We have mention of Placidusax's god. So there are other gods, and like it would be very tempting to try to simplify things and say that, okay, if the Godskins skinned gods, then therefore the Godskins probably would have fought Placidusax's god, because that's like the only other god that we kind of get any indication of. But then that also leads to its own problem of, well, then did Marika defeat the Gloam-Eyed Queen? Should she have been considered a god? But yeah, I agree with you, though. Maybe she's severely cracked, but the black body, the misty parts, is the Elden Beast. I think that's a strong possibility. We're actually talking about that in the last video we watched by Levovit. Katie said there's also the god of the giants, the Fell god. Right, but it's very arguable as to whether or not the Fell god was part of the Elden Ring, or if it was like the equivalent of an outer god. It seems pretty contentious, but I mean, with the red mains kind of subsuming flame type abilities, it seems like the giant type stuff was integrated into order, to be fair. And then, yeah, Global, I don't remember saying hello to you again, but I saw you pop back into the stream. How much good skin could a Godskin skin if Godskin could skin gods? Good question. Oh, I'm trying to watch my own video. All right, let's go back to this one.
There is another scene in the game where a beast wields a human as a blade. During our battle with the Elden Beast, it wields a sword reminiscent of the god-slaying blade. But have you ever paused to ponder how the Elden Beast secures its sword? The sword appears
Interesting how this is kind of building back into Levo's last video as well.
when we defeat Radagon, and the Elden Beast drags his remain into the ground, only to rise to the surface, wielding the sword. I posit that the sword derives from the remains of Radagon. Thus, the Elden Beast wields Radagon, or more specifically, his corpse as its sword. Okay, it's time to put everything together. The Gloam-Eyed Queen has a strong association with snakes, which manifests through the Godskin apostles and nobles. The Godskin nobles appear to bear a striking resemblance to Messmer, who from all indications could be Marika's child. The Gloam-Eyed Queen also harnessed the power of destined death to amplify the power of her black flame, which she used to cause the death of gods. After defeating the Gloam-Eyed Queen, Maliketh sealed the power of destined death away. However, during our battle with Maliketh, he extracts the power of destined death from the amulet in his hand and puts it into his black blade. This blade is reminiscent of Marika's depiction during the base game's endings, where we replace Marika's head on her decapitated, fractured body. We also discussed the headless virgin abductor in the Hermit village, where we see dead celebrants whose capes bear the sigil or emblem of the Gloam-Eyed Queen, albeit in a golden color.
Two
So,
theories.
what do all these observations mean? I have two theories. The first theory is that the observations I have pointed out so far imply that Marika was once the Gloam-Eyed Queen. The second theory is that the Gloam-Eyed Queen was once a separate entity, perhaps an Empyrean like Marika, but Marika, through Maliketh, defeated her and absorbed her abilities. Now, let's delve a bit more into each theory. Marika is often referred to as the Eternal, meaning she lives forever or never dies. It is intriguing that another demigod makes a similar proclamation after he's defeated in battle by our tarnished character. Rykard, a demigod who offered himself to a primordial serpent in his quest for power, mocks us after his defeat by telling us that
Moments like that would be improved by turning off the background music and the sound effects and just using the voice files. It's loud.
the second sentence implies that Rykard believes a serpent is eternal. After his defeat, the only part of his body that remains is his head. So, it is as if he's telling our player character that as long as his head remains, he will never die. After defeating the Elden Beast, we are presented with multiple options to bring about specific ages. Interestingly, all the ages associated with mending the Elden Ring require our player character to reinstate Marika's head onto her decapitated body. Could it be that Marika is also eternal as long as we reinstate her head? After all, she embodies the Elden Ring, and as long as the Elden Ring exists, she will continue to exist. Thus, making her eternal. Also think about how snakes are killed in most cultures. Most people would agree that the best approach is to smash the snake's head or decapitate it. Therefore, Rykard is not entirely wrong when he tells us that a serpent never dies, because his head survives the battle with our player character. I am sure the Hunsens in the Land of Shadow were well aware of the significance of Marika's serpentine nature, which led them to decapitate her statues. Perhaps they did that to make Marika aware that just as a snake is decapitated to ensure its complete demise, Marika, a serpent, would be decapitated to prevent her from living for eternity. Another piece of evidence that points to Marika potentially being the Gloam-Eyed Queen is how Maliketh's Black Blade is shaped like the decapitated, fractured body we interact with in the Erdtree. If Marika represents the Black Blade, then Maliketh putting destined death into the Black Blade and imbuing it with Black Flame properties could symbolize Maliketh putting back the power of Black Flame into Marika, who was originally wielder of the Black Flame's power. The only wrinkle in the theory I have just posited is that the game tells us that Maliketh defeated the Gloam-Eyed Queen and sealed away destined death. So if Marika was the Gloam-Eyed Queen, how could her own shadow beast defeat her, seal away her source of power, and still work with her to retrieve destined death when it was?
For what it's worth, I do think there are other problems with trying to paint Marika definitively as the Gloam-Eyed Queen. I have those notes on the screen right now. I'll get to them later on in the video after Abigail and Sage makes their overall points. But anyway, Ayn Rand, Paul Ryan, welcome back into the stream. It's been a long minute. How's it going? He said Marika's the Gloam-Eyed Queen doesn't have the right shape. The Godskinners hunted Marika's offspring. And you think it's more than... Hold on, let me try to read this. You think that once Marika defeated the Gloam-Eyed Queen, she absorbed her qualities, then split them off as Melina to leverage her fire affinity for later use, like she did in the story trailer for the DLC. That's a good possibility. The whole absorbing aspect of other characters is also worth exploring a bit more. So who was asking about it a moment ago? Was it Without Horns that was bringing up you don't really have triads of characters in the games? Depending on how one feels about Miquella possessing Radagon's body at the end of Shadow of the Erdtree, sorry, Chadwick, and Saint Trina, you might be able to say there's a triad situation going on there where you had Trina and Miquella. Trina gets abandoned, Miquella embodies Radagon to a degree, and so there might be a triumvirate there. Perhaps the same could have been applied to Marika at some point, whether or not she had the Gloam-Eyed Queen being like her Saint Trina, and then abandoning Saint Trina to be with Godfrey. I almost called him Godric. Godfrey, and then abandoning Godfrey in favor of Radagon later. And then, of course, maybe Sarash was the third wheel. I don't know. That wasn't you, so maybe it was not... Who was it? Was it KD then? Was it Florge? Anyway. Yeah, Impact player, I think you're about to hit on the next point that Pevigild's about to say. Right, so let's go back in.
Stolen by Rani? Well, I thought about this question, and I believe I have a compelling answer. Shadow beasts are meant to keep their appearance in check. As a result, they prevent the Empyreans from acting contrary to the dictates of the Fingers. However, Blythe, another shadow beast given to Rani by the Fingers, appears to have gone against the dictates of the Fingers. Yet, Blythe continues to help Rani in her quest to find the Finger Slayer blade, which would rid her of the influence of the Fingers. It is therefore plausible that during her era as the Gloam-Eyed Queen, Marika had Maliketh as her shadow beast. Like Rani and Blythe, she may have managed to convince Maliketh to defeat her, which does not necessarily mean kill her, and seal away the power of the Black Flame so she could go on to become a god of a different era, an era of the Erdtree, devoid of destined death. Perhaps she had witnessed the consequences of causing destined death and repented of what she saw as an atrocity. Could it be that after Marika, who was formerly the Gloam-Eyed Queen, made Maliketh to defeat her, she took on the form we now know as Marika and ascended to godhood to be reborn as a new god to bring about a new age, an age of eternal life, where those who placed their faith in her Erdtree would live forever? This is a question that requires deeper reflection. So, please share your thoughts in the comments below. There is also the question of why we find the Godskin prayer book and Godslayer seal in Stormveil Castle. Both items relate to the Gloam-Eyed Queen, so it is perplexing to find them in Stormveil Castle of all places. But wait, we also acquired the Mimic's Veil from Stormveil Castle. The item description of the Mimic's Veil states that it is part of a multitude of treasures Godric took with him when he was hounded from Lindel, the royal capital. In fact, the Mimic's Veil is also called Marika's Mischief, implying that Marika could be the owner of the veil. If the Mimic Veil is one of the items Godric brought from the royal capital, then could it be that Godric also brought with him the Godskin prayer book and Godslayer seal when he was...
So I think that's a pretty interesting argument. It's always hard to say for sure because we do have a bunch of Leyndell statues and whatnot brought into Stormveil, so it's difficult trying to parse what was originally in Stormveil versus what was brought later. But I think that's a pretty good basis to build somebody's argument that the Godskins or Marika could have had a stronger tie to Leyndell in the past, for what it's worth.
Hounded from the royal capital? If that is the case, then it is also possible that the Godslayer seal and the prayer book belonged to Marika, just as the Mimic's Veil belonged to her.
And to build off of that, when we get the the Godskin Noble Presence spell from Gideon, he gives it to us after he said he looked into the will of Marika or something like that. So there is another potential tangible connection between Marika and the Godskins, depending on how direct you think that connection is bridged through Gideon and whatnot.
This would mean that Marika was once Gloam-Eyed Queen and only hid the evidence of her past life and nature in the capital after she became the god of the Erdtree.
Now, that part right there, I think, is quite a big leap. So, as you were mentioning before, it's possible that Marika could have absorbed the remnants of the Gloam-Eyed Queen's power, but rather than thinking of things that literally, you could also say that the Golden Order, as we know it, is an order of conquest and domination and assimilation, and then it later became reformed through like love and reconciliation. But it's very interesting that we don't really have a bunch of like Hornsent iconography anywhere. But anyway, I was going to say America could have destroyed the Godskins for what it's worth and then just taken those as prizes. But yeah. Impact said, remember originally the flame that was supposed to burn the Erdtree was black flame? Yeah, it's one of those cases where I'm not so sure how trustworthy cut content is because we don't know how old that information is. And basically, the way that I understand that many games are created, it's much easier to have the dialogue done way, way, way earlier in the process because you need to hire actors, you need to hire recording studios. It's really expensive to do reshoots or like reschedule everything. So FromSoft probably doesn't do that a lot because we don't ever really get a bunch of revised dialogue in patches. And looking at a game like Bloodborne, when the names of entities like the Moon Presence, which was originally a Brightus, got changed, and how Cost could have been a reference to a Brightus, the one that we know her now as. It's very interesting to me, and I think that part of the confusion with Mikolash's dialogue could have just been due to storyboard changes with names. I don't know. And then Anran says America doesn't have much association with Stormvale, though. Maybe. I guess part of that depends on like what you think about the chapel within Stormvale, because it's of the same type of variety that you'd find in Castle Sol or Redbane. Although, to be fair, if you think Castle Sol is part of the Sun Realm, then that could presumably predate America's rule. So you might have a point either way. Just a lot of that really comes down to how you want to slice things there. You say none of Gideon's rewards feel like they're connected to the quest. A noble presence could have been chosen just because of the word noble. Maybe, but to be fair, like Gideon doesn't learn the Scarlet Aeonia until you kill Millennia, from what I understand. So there might be some continuity there. I don't really have super strong feelings either way. So at the very least, I like to entertain it for people that kind of stuff catches their fancy for. Let's go back in. The harmonious melding.
Now, let's consider the second possibility, which is that the Gloam-Eyed Queen was a different entity whom Maliketh defeated, allowing Marika to absorb her abilities or powers. This theory hinges on the fact that the celebrants we find in Dominilla represent a past culture where Marika's people, the tree worshippers, coexisted with the Gloam-Eyed Queen's people, the snake worshippers. After all, the relationship between trees and snakes is common among many cultures and faiths. I posit that Shamans was a name ascribed to both Marika's tree worshipping culture and the Gloam-Eyed Queen's snake worshipping culture. However, the tree worshipping folks were located in the Shaman village, while the snake worshipping folks were located in Bonny village. But Marika, in her quest for power, needed to eliminate any competition, especially the Gloam-Eyed Queen, who was another Imperium. This would lead her to disclose the location of Bonny village to the Hornsent, who would sacrifice the snake-worshipping shamans at the Gate of Divinity to enable Marika ascend to godhood.
That's an interesting idea. I don't know how well that works because the people in the Gate of Divinity are shown to have horns. So, are those snake worshippers themselves horn sense? I don't think that works. Maybe that doesn't like really have anything to say against this theory, but anyway.
But before Marika's ascension, she would have asked Maliketh to defeat the Gloam-Eyed Queen to eliminate any competition. It is possible the decapitated statue we find close to Bonny Village is associated with the Gloam-Eyed Queen. This could explain the snake skin we find a short distance away from the decapitated statue in Bonny Village. I would even argue that the "Oh Mother" gesture we find on the decapitated statue could be Messmer's astonishment after learning what his mother had done. Do you remember the headless virgin abductors and the dead celebrants we find in the hermit village? I believe the game developers placed them there to give us a clue about what happened in Bonny Village. There is a headless deity who could potentially relate to the Gloam-Eyed Queen in Bonny Village. Bonny Village is reminiscent of Dominilla, where we find women adorned in blue capes with a pattern reminiscent of the Gloam-Eyed Queen seal. Then we see similar women in the hermit village where the headless virgin abductor is located. I believe all this evidence points to the fact that there was once a community of women associated with the Gloam-Eyed Queen and by extension serpents in Bonny Village. However, just like the headless abductor virgin in Hermit Village, their deity in Bonny Village was decapitated.
So, Pevigailed, you did mention something about Messmer's astonishment. I kind of want to revisit that line because that could have some timeline implications, which I don't think you intend to imply. But yeah, I'll just leave that alone for now.
The golden color of the capes worn by the women in the hermit village would therefore represent the assimilation of the Gloam-Eyed Queen's abilities into the Erdtree. Let's not forget Marika is a shaman and thus has the ability to mend well with other bodies. So it wouldn't be far-fetched to posit that Marika merged with the Gloam-Eyed Queen after defeating her. I believe you are wondering.
I'm not against that idea. My question would be, when did this happen? And that's kind of always the $1,000,000 question in regards to pretty much anything relating to destined death and all that. So it'll definitely be worth chewing on a bit more. And let's just go back in.
Which of the two theories I subscribe to? That is a story that I shall tell in part 2 of this video. So please be on the lookout for part 2, where I shall reveal which theory I subscribe to with some mind-blowing evidence and footage that will change the way you look at the game. Until then, please like, share this video, and don't forget to click the subscribe button if you have not yet subscribed to this channel. See you in the next video.
Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and like it, and as always, share the video with you guys. So just as a bit of a reminder of the lore backstory for Pevigailed Sage's channel, they were formerly known as the Discerning Tarnished, but their YouTube channel got hacked and they were unable to recover it, unfortunately. And so they had to make a new one, which is why they've only been active for 3 months now, and why they've already got 5 videos out. So we do have indications for more of this story to release. So we should be looking forward to that whenever that gets complete. So, and then Pevigeld Sage, thanks for staying in the chat as always and, taking this stuff like a champ. He says, thank you all for watching and sharing your opinions. All right, so I do have a bunch of notes that I wanted to go through. So the first stuff, and this isn't necessarily a problem with this video in particular, as much as it is just problems with Marika being the Gloam-Eyed Queen in general. And so even though I think equating Marika and the Gloam-Eyed Queen would solve a lot of timeline issues, I still think there's kind of a lot of issues with comparing or conflating the two outright. So some of them are that we would then need to reconcile a lot of things, like why Marika in particular should be related to snakes, and why we don't get more indicators of that in either Bonny Village or more specifically the Miko/Shaman village in the Shadowlands. Then, of course, what happened to the Black Flame? How come Erdtree faithful adherents don't use Black Flame? Why did Black Flame only arise in the Fire Monks after they turned away from the Giant's Flame, I guess? So that's kind of a big thing, because if that was a Marika thing, it wouldn't really be seen as a betrayal to the Fire Monks, I guess. Maybe it still would be, but I don't know. And then other things are relating to Destined Death's connection to Black Flame, and whether or not Black Flame was Destined Death when Destined Death was still active, but once it got sealed, Black Flame's power got weakened. We don't really know that. A good question. Then, if we compare Marika with the Gloam-Eyed Queen, we need to, of course, address the issue of when was the Gloam-Eyed Queen defeated, because that can impact our understanding of the lore. If that happened before Marika married Godfrey and created the Erdtree, that might work out just fine. But if you want to say that happened after she was already wed to Godfrey and before the whole Radagon stuff, that might introduce some other types of issues. Because if we want to compare all of the festive ladies to the Gloam-Eyed Queen and stuff, we have the festive Greece, which says that it was tacitly tolerated by the Erdtree for being ancient, essentially. So wouldn't that therefore imply that the Gloam-Eyed Queen should predate the Erdtree? Which, very well could be. This isn't necessarily a game killer for any particular theory, but it's just, there's a lot of small things to keep track of depending on what one believes. Then one of the biggest questions, I think, would be why Rykard and the other children aren't snakes, or also not related to the Godskin seemingly in any way, with obviously more of the exception given to Messmer. It doesn't bode well that Melina is so different if those two are closer together in age, because Messmer does have that direct comparison to his younger sister in one of those items, which I can't remember off the top of my head. Then, all right, I wanted to go back to the whole line about Messmer's astonishment, because if you think Messmer was astonished by Marika's actions to defeat the Gloam-Eyed Queen or something like that, then that would implicitly put the defeat of the Gloam-Eyed Queen potentially during or after the sealing of the Shadowland, which would mean that the Carian children would have already been born. So, Radon, Rykard, etc., because we know that the Shadowlands was sealed with Gaius in it, and Gaius was Radon's older, how do you say it in English? Older apprentice brother. His senior, his senpai, essentially. So yeah, those are just some of the bigger thoughts that I have in relation to the video. And man, talking about the coil behind Marika, looking like the discarded snakeskin. and you think Destined Death was a part of whatever flame was ruling at the time, even the dragons had Death Lightning. I think the reason why the dragons would have had Death Lightning, if you're talking about Fortisax in particular, is because he was corrupted by Death Blight. I don't know if they truly had Death Lightning, unless you're trying to say that the Red Lightning is Death Lightning, perhaps? Brahmastra says, there's also the fact that the snake is considered a traitor to the Erdtree, but if Marika's a snake, it's a great work of propaganda on her part. So, for a long time, I was always trying to warn people that the term used for traitor in the Japanese doesn't necessarily imply that they were on the same side, and that it's more easily understood as a rebel against the Erdtree. And I always compared it to the rebels in Star Wars, because if you're the Imperial Empire, you could say that the rebels are traitors because they're technically part of the Imperial Empire, but the rebels never saw themselves as part of the Empire, so they wouldn't consider themselves traitors. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the traitor angle is wrong. I just was always trying to be very careful that the English only limited ourselves to kind of one interpretation there, but that's not really too big of a deal based on what we learned with like Messmer later on. Heavy Guild said, Renala's children are connected to the Godskin duo and virgin abductors. You dive deeper into that in part 2. That's fair, but I like why only the Karian children is a big question, and that isn't necessarily on you. I think there's probably a lot of weaknesses in like the story crafting of Elden Ring, where there's just like too many open-ended possibilities that makes really tying anything together really a bit of a knotted weave here. Yeah, Hangaksha. Thank you, Levo. So it's considered like a rebel to the Golden Tree, the Erdtree snake sword. Alright guys, so I actually need to use the bathroom real quick. So I'm going to go ahead and share the video again for you guys. I think I already have it. So if you want to give Pevigild a like and or a sub, I'm sure he would enjoy that. And then I'll be right back. And then after this video, we'll be diving into Zaif the Scholar's one, about uncovering Marika and the Shaman's hidden origins, Elden Ring lore theory, and speculation. So stand by. I will be right back. And this is why I tend to not parry. It's because I'm trash. I done goofed. I felt like I should have blocked that. Anyway, I should probably rely more on dodging, and then I was just slow. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, there's a spot to stand. Okay, that's kind of nice. I should have dodged. I felt like I was way early for that. Alright, yeah, I screwed up. Lie or die? Gotta go for it. Oh, that's different. I don't remember him actually taking his head off. He's kicking my ass now. Oh, I was not expecting that direction. I'm gonna die. See, I felt like I blocked way too early, but I felt like I blocked in time, but apparently that wasn't time enough. Oh, I was way too early with that, apparently. I felt like I probably should have stopped and died again just to get a bit more practice, though, to be honest. I wonder... Oh, I should probably, like, quick step more, huh? Now, I wonder if that, like, trivializes a couple things. My block was off. Okay. Lie or die. Alright, so that wasn't too bad. I'm definitely getting a lot better at parrying. I felt like I should have blocked that. Oh, it's got a shiny ass. I should probably hit that like a baboon. Oh, that's different. I'm gonna die. Whew. Alright, I am back. Sorry for the delay. Shadow of the Pinocchio about to drop. That's true. Yeah, we are going to get that Lies of P DLC in a bit, aren't we? Katie asks, am I going to stream beyond this video or will it be the ending? So we have one other video on the docket for tonight because I think we have enough time to do them both. So after Zafes, we will be looking at Nameless Singer's video about the Erdtree being a tree of memories. So I'm looking forward to that one as well. All right. So, okay, everybody, let's go ahead and check out Zafe the Scholar's Uncovering Marika and the Shaman's Hidden Origins, Elden Ring Lore Theory and Speculation.
The Shaman are easily one of my favorite additions to Elden Ring's story that we learned about in the Shadow of the Erdtree DLC. Their lore gives us a look into the motivations behind Messmer's brutal crusade against the Hornsent, and provides us with key insights into major historical events that set into motion Marika's ascension to becoming God Ruler of the Lands Between. But what if I were to tell you that we seem to have only scratched the surface of the Shaman's lore?
So a couple days back, or maybe it was a week or two at this point, I know Zafe hopped into one of my streams and was like, damn it, after I made my video, I was like, I knew I should have checked out your video on the subject. So it seems like we hit on some similar themes here. So I expect we'll probably come to similar points. So I'm very curious to see like where our views will align and or diverge as this topic unfolds. All right, Pevagale, thanks for joining us as always. You have an early shift tomorrow? Okay, cool. Yeah, you're welcome, and thanks for dropping by.
I welcome you, Tarnished, to join me, Zafe the Scholar, as I try to uncover the real-world inspirations behind Elden Ring Shaman and learn a lot of interesting history and facts along the way. Let's talk about it.
Oh yeah, and then Zafe was also saying that he had to actually contact some Japanese documentarians to ask for some of their footage, so I'm looking forward to that as well.
But before we get into all the details, I'd like to shout out this video's sponsor, Displayed, a company making beautiful metal posters that let you easily transform a room into a space that reflects your unique passions. And for me, that means finally getting my hands on some awesome, officially licensed Elden Ring and Dark Souls artwork to go on my walls. And guys, no joke, these things look amazing. Check out this beautifully detailed print of Needle Knight Leda that I got in a matte finish that looks just absolutely stunning. Displayed actually sent over several beautiful Elden Ring designs for me to look at, but my favorite has to be this map of the Lands Between, in what they call their Textura finish, which adds dimensions of depth and texture that truly pop and bring the artwork to life. And with Displayed's no-hassle, no-damage magnetic mounting system, getting them onto my wall or swapping designs was a piece of cake, no tools needed. With over 2 million artworks to choose from, including officially licensed designs from your favorite franchises, you're sure to find something that suits you. So, what are you waiting for? You can click the discount link in the description or use my code on screen at checkout to get some sweet savings on some beautiful artwork and support the channel in the process. Win-win. Thanks.
Win-win. All right, so I could probably use some art for myself, to be honest, because I guess I'm too much of a damn bachelor and too damn Spartan because I literally just have nothing on my walls. I mean, I have bookcases, so that definitely helps break up the profile of the room, but I don't know. I've just never really taken the time or the energy to get like posters or anything like that. And I was always kind of jealous when I would see teen movies where like kids had these cool ass rooms with like tons of posters of like their favorite bands and stuff, but I just never did. So, yeah.
A ton for your attention, and thanks again to Displayed for sponsoring this video. So, in order to deepen our
It is not a plain white void, it's a beige one.
Understanding of the Shaman and what they represent to Elden Ring's story, we first have to talk a little bit about the original Japanese text. If you're new to my videos, you should know that I'm a fluent Japanese speaker, and for this video my research will be drawing on both English and Japanese language research materials. I also went through multiple consultations with native Japanese speakers to make sure I'm presenting things as accurately as possible. And for this video in particular, I was able to reach out to several Japanese filmmakers who kindly provided me with footage of some important cultural sites and practices that I'll be discussing in the video. I'll get more into that later, but links and information for all of this can be found in the video description. Okay, so first, I'd like to clear up some common misconceptions about the shaman that I've seen repeated in some comments in my videos, as well as elsewhere on the internet. The biggest one being that the term shaman is an unfaithful translation from the original Japanese text. Armed with Google Translate, some people were very quick to throw FromSoft's translation team under the bus and claim that in the original Japanese, the shaman are referred to as miko, the common Japanese word for priestess or shrine maiden. And therefore they argued the English translation, shaman, is a misrepresentation of Miyazaki's original intent.
I know where this song comes from now. This is from Nier Automata. Anyway, just to step on Zafe's toes here, I don't necessarily have a problem with the usage of shaman or shaman in the context of the Miko village. I think it works as a localization. My only issue with it is that because the term shaman is used elsewhere in a different context, it ends up unfortunately equivocating the two when arguably they should not be. So the shamans of Bonny Village going into the jars. Wait. No, that's not it. What was it? Shaman Village, Great Jar. Okay, yeah. We put shamans in the jars, but they're different from the attire of the shamans who perform their worship at jails. So the potentates aren't shamans, essentially. That's where the confusion arrives from.
And while this might seem like a reasonable stance at first, having some knowledge of Japanese characters or kanji here goes a long way. Particularly if you know how Miyazaki often uses kanji in interesting and novel ways to create the potential for more ambiguous or veiled interpretations. And the characters chosen to write Miko here are a good case in point.
He's got the wrong kanji, unless he's making a different point.
Normally, the word Miko is written
here
like
we go.
this. The first character in isolation is commonly translated as medium, i.e. someone who's able to communicate with the spirits of the dead. The second character is a bit more straightforward, in that it just basically means female or woman. So put these two together and you get Miko, the common word for shrine maiden or priestess. And this
Damn it, now this music makes me feel like beating up robots in two-dimensional hallways.
combination of kanji actually does appear at multiple places in Elden Ring. The Dragon Communion Priestess Florisax, for example, is referred to as Ryusai no Miko, or quite literally, the Dragon Communion Priestess. But here's the important part. This is not the spelling chosen to refer to the shadow of the Erdtree's shaman. Instead, the character for medium on the left is retained, while the character for female is removed, and replaced with the character for child. And with this character swapped out, reading and interpreting this word becomes a lot more ambiguous. For one thing, this particular combination of kanji isn't something that commonly appears in Japanese dictionaries. However, according to the Japanese website Kotobank, these characters are a less common alternative spelling for the word ichiko, which, in turn, is an ancient way of referring to a specific subgroup of shrine maidens known as the Itako. And here is where things get really interesting, because the Itako are not just Shinto priestesses, but rather a very specific subset of priestesses with some really interesting connections to Elden Ring Shaman, Marika, Shaman Village, and Dominula Windmill Village. So who exactly are the Itako? According to Japanese scholar Sasamori Takefusa, the Itako are a small group of female priestesses found in northeastern Japan in the Tohoku region. The Itako tradition is ancient, existing since at least 1773, but today there are fewer than 3 carrying on the tradition. Unlike traditional Miko or shrine maidens, the Itako have several discerning and relevant characteristics that set them apart. For one thing, historically the Itako were all blind, and their blindness was believed to give them a special connection to the spirit world and the ability to perform kuchiose, the channeling of the voices of the deceased. The Itako were thus shaman, in a very literal sense of the word. People who could act as intermediaries between the natural and supernatural worlds. And thanks to an email exchange I had with the Kawazu Media Group, I've actually been provided with some footage to show you of Japan's last living blind shaman, a woman named Nakamura Take. I'll leave links and information to the Kawazu project in the video description and recommend you check them out if these type of topics interest you.
Yeah, Anran says, you love the editing of this video. Zafe's really up the bar. Yeah, I was quite impressed with what he was doing with even making dictionary entries look dynamic and interesting. I might have to steal that waza for my own.
As you just saw, during their Kuchiyose rituals, the Itako become literal vessels for the souls of the dead, who are believed to speak their words through them. It's a bit on the nose, but this all seems to track quite nicely with the jar-related metaphors in Elden Ring's story.
So part of myself couldn't help but wonder if the Itako would use specific regional dialects for specific people who've died, or if they just kind of stay in their own way of speaking, and whether or not that could be a tell as to whether they're truly communing with the dead, or I guess are they being possessed? I think technically they're supposed to be, but I don't know if that means, well, they're acting as intermediary. Anyway, that's kind of beyond the point.
Along with the lore of the shaman, since Elden Ring's jars are literally communal vessels for housing the souls and the spirits of others. But the connection between the Itako and Elden Ring shaman don't stop there. If we take a look at how the shaman are depicted in the DLC, it's quite clear that they're all female, and all wearing blindfolds or eye coverings of some sort. And if we look at the grandmother of Shaman Village, where Marika left her braid behind in tribute, her eyes are also obscured. So is it possible that Elden Ring shaman were blind like the Itako? Is this maybe what gave them their unique ability to meld with others, and to subsequently be targeted by the horn scent, to become vessels for the souls of their criminals?
Blindness. Could Yura be blind? Shoot, we have Shabriri as the demon of blindness. Damn it! I should have chosen Nameless Singer's video on blindness instead. But I'll probably watch that one tomorrow, to be honest, because it's already on my radar. Now I'm just thinking about this context of blindness and possession.
And while we're on the topic of the shaman grandmother, let's talk a little bit about the word used to refer to her in the original Japanese text, which is oba. In the English version, this word gets officially translated as the grandmother, which I've seen many people interpret to mean that this woman is...
Yeah, this term has bothered me, to be honest. And it's one of the things where I don't know if I'm putting on tinfoil hat moments and reading too much between the lines that isn't there, or if it's actually supposed to be read a kind of different way. So I'm sure Zafe's going to bring it up, but So yeah, Zafe will probably do a better job explaining this right now because he's got it scripted.
Is Marika's blood relative, her literal grandmother or great-grandmother. And while that could be the case, we should note that Miyazaki again chose an unconventional term here that could be interpreted in multiple ways. And this particular atypical word choice is yet another thing that gets more interesting when looking at the history of the Itako. According to Japanese historian Esashika Hitoshi, the founder of the Itako was a blind shrine maiden known as the Taiso Ba, which literally translates to something like the founding grandmother. After formalizing the Itako techniques and rituals for channeling the dead, the Taiso Ba handed down her teachings to a disciple, who then began recruiting other blind women to train in these arts. And thus the tradition of blind female shaman, or Itako, was born. And so yet again, I don't think it's a stretch to think that the real founding grandmother of Japan's Itako, the Taiso Ba, may have served as an inspiration for the grandmother of the shaman, or Oba, that's depicted in Elden Ring's Shaman Village. The grandmother of Shaman Village that Marika paid tribute to with her braid thus probably wasn't her literal great-grandmother, but rather a matriarchal figurehead that founded Shaman Village and their traditions.
So I don't think this... well, hold on. Let me try to rephrase this. So one of the weird things that I was wondering, I don't think really works, but I just wondered it, would be whether or not the Oba would refer to Metter in a way. Although I don't necessarily think Marika leaving the braid here would be giving it to Metter. But with Metter's connection to fingers and the fingers' connection to the Erdtree and this kind of village's connection to the minor Erdtree, it had me putting on that tinfoil hat and doing my Pepe Sylvia pose down here.
But there's another really important and I think compelling connection to be made here between the real Itako and Elden Ring Shaman. If you weren't too traumatized from the fight itself, most of you guys probably remember this bit from the opening cutscene of the Dancing Lion fight, in which the Hornsent Grandam has some less than kind things to say about Marika.
Oh no, my man's doubled up his audio.
Cruelty, woe, and those who plague the tongue. Lend away the strumpet's fine company.
So Mao asks, didn't Marika go to the fingers after she fled her village? So even if she did, the offering of her braid could have been made once Marika went back and created the minor Erdtree. So I don't necessarily see there being any contradiction with that idea.
Now, I had always personally assumed that this reference to Marika as a strumpet or loose woman was perhaps in reference to the seduction and the betrayal mentioned in Elden Ring's DLC story trailer.
The seduction and the betrayal. An affair from which gold arose.
And to be fair, that certainly could still be true. However, when reading through some research papers on the history of the Itako that I'll link in the description, I found something interesting. Whereas Japanese shrine maiden traditionally serve in subordinate roles to male Shinto priests, the Itako existed within an entirely matriarchal system, outside of the religious mainstream of the time. And as a result of this, they were often looked down upon by the traditional Shinto establishment, who disparaged them as charlatans that threatened to pollute the purity of their religion. In fact, according to one religious scholar, groups like the Itako were commonly objects of contempt and, quote, were often considered to have loose morals or even to prostitute themselves. So that got me thinking, is it possible that rather than referring to some sort of lurid affair that Marika committed, the Grandam refers to her in this way because she views Marika and the other shaman as an impure perversion of the Hornsent's religious beliefs? And I think this gets even more convincing when you consider the fact that the Hornsent also have their own shamanic practices. The divine beast dancing lions themselves are an example of spirit invocation, and the Hornsent Grandam seems to actually be a literal shaman of sorts, since she appears to channel a spirit to take control of the dancing lion that we fight in the Bellarat Tower settlement, and even defends herself with the spell Watchful Spirit when attacked.
Good. I was hoping he was going to bring that up because I was going to if you didn't.
So perhaps the jar ritual process then was an attempt by the Hornsent to assimilate and absorb the practices of the shaman into their own culture, before they could flourish into something that grew out of their control. A way of dealing with what they viewed as a problematic new religious sect that threatened to disrupt their established order. Slightly backfired a bit if that's the case, but hey, live and learn, right? So I think all of these connections between the Itako and Elden Ring Shaman are pretty compelling so far, but there's actually some other evidence worth considering. However, we'll have to go on a little journey to a remote area in northern Japan to do so. Located in the caldera of a volcano, it isn't hard to see why Osorezan is believed in Japanese mythology to be one of the gateways to the underworld.
Scary Mountain is a gateway to the underworld? Nah.
A liminal borderland between this world and the next. Every year, Japan's Itako famously journeyed here to Osorezan to practice their spirit channeling rituals, and thus it has become inextricably linked to the practices of the Itako and their communications with the dead. Besides the otherworldly landscape itself, one striking feature of Osorezan is the presence of hundreds of colorful pinwheels, or what in Japanese are called kazaguruma. The gentle spinning of the pinwheels is believed to provide calm and comfort to the spirits dwelling here. Another standout feature of Osorezan is the presence of a statue of a mythological figure known as the Datsueba. The Datsueba is a supernatural entity believed to take the form of an ugly old woman, who strips the clothes from the spirits of criminals and others who committed a great number of misdeeds. These guilty spirits are forced to pass through a treacherous river that represents traversal to the spirit realm. Upon reaching the other side of the river, the Datsueba would take the clothes of the damned and weigh them, and pass judgments on the spirits, with the weight of the water their clothes absorbed representing the weight of their sins. It was also said that if a soul had no clothes to offer, the Datsueba would instead strip them of their flesh.
I like the alpha that they use there.
So, a coastal village associated with objects.
It's very, why can't I think of the Chuck Norris television show? Walker, Texas Ranger. I feel like I'm forgetting a word.
That gently spin in the wind, and an ugly old woman with an interest in taking people's skin. Does that ring any bells? This sounds quite similar to what we find in Elden Ring's Dominula Windmill Village, where we not only find a stranded spirit who's cowering in fear about having his skin removed, but also find multiple zombie-like hags who bear a certain resemblance to Osorezan's Datsueba. While we don't have any colorful pinwheels, we do have colorful flowers and windmills. And in fact, the Japanese word for windmill, fusha, is written with the exact same characters as the word pinwheel. So Pinwheel Village and Windmill Village would actually be written with the exact same Japanese kanji. And while I won't go into all the details here, in this video on the card I go over numerous ties between Shaman Village and Dominula, including the fact that Dominula's inhabitants wear their hair in a single braided style, perhaps in reference to Marika's tribute to the shaman grandmother. So let's see if we can't connect some dots here. We have the real-life Itako, an all-female group of blind shaman associated with mystical powers that allow them to become vessels for the dead. The Itako originate with a matriarchal figure known as the Taiso Ba, or founding grandmother. And while not persecuted per se, they were looked down upon by the religious mainstream of their time, who pushed them out of sacred religious sites, and at times even disparaged them as prostitutes. And finally, the Itako are tied to Osorezan, a place linked to colorful pinwheels and a mythological figure with the appearance of an old hag who takes people's flesh. Next we have Elden Ring Shaman, which in the Japanese is written in characters that seem to reference the Itako. And like the Itako, the Shaman are similarly blind and possess mystical powers that allow them to become vessels for the dead. The Shaman were looked down upon and persecuted by the Hornsent, and Marika, the most prominent Shaman, is disparagingly referred to by the Hornsent Grandam as a strumpet.
Dance and cavort, cleanse all that thou wilt, cruelty, woe, and those who plague the tower. Cleanse away the strumpet's vile progeny.
Elden Ring Shaman Village doesn't have colorful pinwheels, but is covered in beautiful colorful flowers. And the village, and by extension the shaman, seems to have been led by a matriarchal figure known as the Oba, or great-grandmother, to whom Marika paid tribute with a braid of her hair. And finally we have Dominula, home to yet another all-female religious group with a predilection for colorful flowers. Other notable features of Dominula are its windmills, and of course its old hag celebrants, with a thing for taking people's flesh. Dominula's cultists wear their hair in a single braid, and wear symbols with strong links to Marika and the Golden Order. So, in short, it's of course impossible to speak with certainty, but I feel like there's a decent chance that the history and mythology surrounding the Itako and Osorezan served as a strong point of inspiration for FromSoft when creating the lore of the Shaman, Shaman Village, and Dominula Windmill Village. The blind Itako's ability to serve as spirit vessels became Elden Ring's blind shaman's ability to blend with the spirits and flesh of others. The colorful pinwheels of Osorezan became the windmills and colorful flowers of Shaman Village and Dominula. And a myth about an old hag who skins people became a cult of zombie-like women who skin people. At the very least, I think all of this provides us with a fairly compelling reason why the Hornsent Grandam calls Marika a strumpet. But what do you guys think? Do these connections sound plausible to you? In any case, as I was researching for this video, I found myself genuinely invested in learning more about the Itako and their history, and I hope you guys all found it interesting as well. I would again like to thank the Kawazu Project for sharing their footage of the Itako with me, and I highly encourage you to check out the links in the description for their full video and others like it. Lastly, I would like to point out that as I was nearing completion of this script, I came across an article by a writer named Mirko who pointed out the connection between the Shaman and the Itako well before I did. I'll link to his article in the description as well, so you can check it out if you're interested. If you like this video, don't forget to like and subscribe and hit the bell so you don't miss the next one. It really helps out my channel a lot, and I genuinely appreciate it. And hey, I'd also appreciate it if you considered supporting my work by becoming a patron, a YouTube member, or buying me a coffee. Thanks a ton for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Oh no, it was too fast. Okay, yeah, so I think that was a great video. I definitely appreciated the cultural context. So I'm going to go ahead and link it with you guys. I've already liked it myself here. If you want to show Zafe some support yourself and or give him a subscription and whatnot. So, right, going back to the beginning of the video, I don't disagree with Zafe's take about translating Miko or Itako as shaman, because I also did a decent amount of researching trying to figure out like what a good English equivalent would be for that word, and from my research I learned more about shamans in that, at least in English, there's always a component of communing with the dead to some degree, which doesn't come across in other terms like I'm trying to think of some of the synonyms for shaman. This is why I actually have the thesaurus: healer, priest, sorcerer, witch doctor. Yeah, that one came up pretty often. Medicine man. Like, we just don't really have a lot of nuance to work with this. So I really don't blame the localizers at all for going with what they did. It's only unfortunate that the Kitoloshi of the Great Jar couldn't be named something else. But I mean, Kitoloshi is just like incantationalist, if you want to go with Kitol being incantation. And that just doesn't really seem to work. So that's kind of why I think it's important to draw out the distinctions when they are present. And anyway, moving on from that. Right, so as far as the shaman of the Miko village are concerned, I have wondered whether or not the villagers there are fundamentally different from the Hornsent, or if they just were a cloistered subsection of the Hornsent used for more ritualistic purposes. And part of the reason why I wonder so much of this is because there is a connotation of purity associated with Miko. And if you're impure, well, like impurity in Japanese, kegare, is typically associated with death in pretty much any form, or like disorder, things like that, and blood, because it kind of exists as the liminal fluid between life and death because it represents both. And so anyway, as Zafe pointed out, we have the Grand M being a blind kind of Itako shaman-esque lady who can cause the lion dancer to cavort and dance, as well as using a bunch of watchful spirits attack the player whenever we attack her. So I'm not sure what the fundamental difference is between the Hornsent Grandam versus the Finger Reader Crones, and I've wondered whether or not the Finger Reader Crones are essentially just Marika's Miko, essentially, but it's really all up in the air because nothing is ever concrete in a FromSoft game. All right, Asenex, you have a good night, and thanks for dropping by. Stella's a Spirit Worker. That can work, but we also have Spirit Tuners, and so I think that's probably a decent choice. So it says, if blood is impure and we're full of blood, is it specifically like spilled blood? Yes. So as I said before, like disorder is a big part of Kegare. So things needing to be where they belong is a huge part of it. So if you come into somebody's house and, oh God, if you wear your shoes inside, that's really bad because you're bringing the dirtiness from outside inside. But that's kind of an extreme example that everyone can kind of intuitively grasp. But let's say you have something that typically exists on the floor, like not like the ground outside, but on the floor. And if you put it on top of a table, okay, so if you put your dirty clothes on your kitchen table, that can bring an element of filth, or maybe not even like dirty clothes. But anyway, blood belongs inside the body, and bleeding is a sign of like unhealthiness. And so, wouldn't you know it, women are ipso facto declared impure by the fact that they quote unquote spill blood every month with their periods, which is why women are not allowed even now into like sumo rings under pretty much any circumstance. Like I think there was a sumo wrestler who had like a heart attack a couple years ago, maybe it was more than that at this point, and they wouldn't let like a woman paramedic who was attending the place in the audience like enter the ring to try to like render him aid, because the sumo ring is kind of a ritualistically purified area, and women are too unclean for that, which is why many women, like traditional Miko, not the Itako variety, which I'm assuming Zafe is talking about, were always seen as kind of subservient to like Shinto priests and whatnot. Calix says, how about just a medium? That's a good word to use. Yeah, so Miko is probably like medium is a fantastic word for that. I'm describing Korn's teenager's bad habits. Get wrecked. Underwear doesn't belong on the kitchen table? What if it's the candied kind? Anyway. Stella says that explains some stuff about Japan. Yeah. And as Anne Rand says, there are a lot of cultures that have taboo around that. The Japanese are really OCD about it, also misogyny. So, yeah. In one way, I don't want to say like the misogyny makes sense, but the whole like Kegare stuff and like blood and impurities to me makes a lot of sense as a kind of a primitive form of contact tracing type stuff. So like if you came into contact with something that was filthy, it was your utmost job to not spread that filth everywhere else. So if somebody came into contact with like a dead body or something, they were forbidden from going to a shrine, pissing off the kami there, because that's really, really extra bad. So because the Hornsent seem to want to come into contact with spirits all the time, I figured they should be impure. And then when I looked into it, it's like, oh yeah, we do have some indicators of the Hornsent being impure. We have the Messmer, talisman. What is it called? Let's look up Kagari. Or is it the other form of Kagari? Oh. The Crusade insignia. It says, the warriors who fought in the Crusade set aside both honor and mercy to wantonly impale and scorch those deemed impure. So, of course, the ones that they deem impure could just be a little bit of prejudice on their part. It isn't a guarantee that the Hornsent were impure. However, we also have the Pearl Shield Talisman, which says, the nature and the potential impurities surpassed the understanding of the knights, and so they were forced to prepare for all threats known or unknown. And what potential impurities would they be facing in their crusade? Spilling the blood of the Hornsent, essentially. So we do have one like explicit confirmation that the Hornsent were impure, at least with that, and the other with the Crusade insignia. So I think it's a pretty safe bet to say that the Hornsent themselves are impure. And the question is, why are they impure? And I think it's because they're coming into contact with spirits by summoning them with their horns, like the spirit calculi type stuff. And because they have all of their criminals, the Hornsent do, melded onto the flesh of the Miko, it's like, why would they want to do that? And then we're told that they want the criminals to be reborn into good ones, essentially. Not saints, because that has like a little bit of a religious connotation to it, which doesn't quite exist in the Japanese. And so if they think that giving their criminals over and rebirthing them into the flesh of the Miko will absolve them of their kind of literal sins here, then that should imply to me that the shaman of the Miko village are also therefore pure enough that they could take on the sins of others, kind of like Maiden Estrella, perhaps. Yeah, exactly. The book of Leviticus is very similar in many ways. Chadwick said, feminism in Japanese history was one of the most eye-opening classes you took in college. Could you elaborate on as to why? That's why you believe much of the Torah is a guidebook on societal survival as much as a religious text? Oh yeah, absolutely. Especially when considering like the state of the world at the time it was written. Yeah, Phantom Leaves says the curse blades flagellate themselves. That is true too. And so I think like curses are related to having excess life in an individual, but that's kind of like meta from soft lore knowledge. So it's kind of hard to really summarize that. But I think the reason that the curse blades would be cursed is because they have like too much spiritual powers, which is why they fail to become ascetic tutelary deities, because they have too much going on where they can't let go of themselves to kind of transcend their ego, I think. Which that's kind of why I think the revered spirit ashes don't have any memories within them, because the tutelary deities from which the spirit ashes came kind of cleansed their minds of all like earthly desires, and so they're able to let go and kind of escape the wheel of samsara. Now, you don't think it's difficult to see the Hornsent as impure because they're literally growing non-human things in their bodies. Well, to be fair, we're told that things like beast horns were once considered signifiers of the divine in ancient times. So some of it is a little bit all perception based until you get the explicit confirmations, which is what I try to look for when we have these new additions of information. Chadwick said he took family and consumer sciences in school and made you take sociology classes. The international nature of feminism is just different from place to place. Misogyny is similar, but the justification of that misogyny is wild depending where you look. Thus, the implications on feminism are also an eye-opening trait. And so the Japanese one in specific was eye-opening for you? Mao says they're considered divine by the Hornsent. But the issue is we're not told that in the original description who thought the Crucible stuff was considered divine. So, well, I don't disagree that the Hornsent considered it divine. Part of my wonderment in relation to that item for a long time was, did Marika's forces ever think that stuff was considered divine? And then was it considered not divine later on with like the introduction of Radagon and getting rid of things like the dueling colosseums and stuff? Phantom Leaves says, you're just going off? Maybe that's why the Lamenters were jailed. They found bliss where the traditional horn set felt cursed. You don't know. So I did have a really good thought about the Lamenters at one point. And it builds off of what you said there. I'm trying to remember. Maybe I have it somewhere in the Discord. It's like one of those things that's like, hey, maybe I should make a video about this, and then just kind of never do. I think I had to do something with grief. Apparently, I can't find it. Maybe I talked about it in a different stream a long time ago. Although maybe I should look up my messages in particular. Anyway. Hey, Zape, how's it going, guys? Oh, that's awkward. Yeah, so we just finished your video, and I was talking about how freaking wrong you were at the beginning. Nah, it's fine. But just to recap my points for you, I think you probably know this already since you said like you'd made this before you looked at my video. But when you're talking about the translation of Miko, I really don't have an issue with the localization, with the exception of how the Miko is a different term than what's used for the shaman in Kitoshi in the Great Jar description. Let me pull that up for you. Which you might already be tracking this by this point. Wait, is this? No, this is not the right one. Oh, yes, it is. It's the top part of the description. Okay. Where's my view? Okay. So, a great jar which fits comfortably over the head when upturned. Attire of the shamans who perform their worship at jails. So, because they use shaman here, some people thought that the Miko were jarring their own, but these are like the potentates because they are the Kitoshi over here. 100% you agree with my take, thank you, which was nuanced. I appreciate that. Yeah, but overall, bro, like your video was great. I was really impressed by the editing, not gonna lie, and even Ayn Rand pointed it out as well. Like making the damn dictionary look good. I hate you. Quite impressively made. So yeah, Zafe, I tried to contact you on Discord, but I realized you aren't on Discord, or at least if you are, like you and I aren't friends at the very least. Because I was trying to give you a bit of a heads up, because I told Nameless Singer and Pevigale Sage and Levo that I was going to look at their videos today. So no pressure, except if you want, notification for things. Is more the people in your inbox saying, bro, they're Miko, bro, shaman is wrong. Yeah, I get that. I mean, honestly, that's a really big motivator for me. Just like getting upset that people are getting things wrong, making me want to clear the air. But no, I definitely appreciated a lot of the cultural context you went into. Because I looked up the Itako, I looked up the Miko stuff as well, but I didn't go so far into depth that you did, which is quite nice to have a little bit more context about. I'll give you my Pepe Sylvia tinfoil take that I'm curious to hear what you think of, which I don't really buy into this idea either, but I was potentially wondering ages ago when I saw the braid being presented to the Olba, and I was like, wait a second, the Olba, it could be the Grand Lady, within the tree, I guess, but I also wondered if there was a possibility if the Olba could be a reference to Metter, and if it had any potential connection to the fingers and or the Erdtree at large. Now, like I said, I don't buy that, but it was just the use of Olba caught me off guard and really made me pause to think. Are we friends on Discord? Fudge, we are. Wait, no, we're not actually friends, but we've messaged before. That's what it is. Okay. Fudge. I didn't even think to search you on there. Yeah, because I felt like I talked to you on the Discord before, but I'd gaslit myself into thinking maybe not. Wait, it says add friend nickname, so you are my friend? Or maybe you're on invisible mode. Will you be my friend? Are you on invis mode, bro? Maybe that's why. Anran says, ignore the haters, Zafe. Weeaboos overemphasize their subtle kindergarten grammar. Or subtitle kindergarten grammar. I mean, hey, look, guys, it's me. I mean, this isn't your fault. I should have definitely looked in my previous conversations. But, okay, man. Yeah, I really enjoyed the video. Is really well done. So, okay. We'll be going over time to check out the next video, but you know, that's just how it is sometimes. So let's go ahead and dive on into Nameless Singers. The Erdtree is a tree of memories, Elden Ring lore. So I'm really excited about this video as well, because this is how I felt about the Erdtree for a very long time. Because I think remembrances are essentially memories, surprisingly enough. And I do think runes in and of themselves probably contain memories to some degree. And I'm always really curious as to where that dividing line is between the will, the memory, and the soul in Elden Ring and other FromSoft games in general, because it seems like there's a lot of overlap between them, but there's also very weird distinctions that it's got me vexed even still to this day.
The Erdtree is not your average tree. It is enormous, gold, and illusory. The Erdtree represents something metaphysical and mythological, the World Tree, another name for which is the Axis Mundi. Grace is the golden light that gives life to Tarnished. It may be that grace is memory, and in this world, to be alive is to have memory, and to die is to forget. All grace together may...
And of course, that is posed more as like a rhetorical question, but in the nature of taking rhetorical questions seriously and, you know, trying to analyze them and pick them apart, I will say that I think this is an intriguing idea. However, perhaps the tonic of forgetfulness might throw a wrench into plans. Well, actually, maybe it does kill Corrin, because he kind of does die after that, doesn't he? Anyway, or wait, Raya can take it too, right? She doesn't die, or does she? I should still have my Raya footage on my computer. Anyway, the tonic of forgetfulness exists, but it doesn't necessarily kill things. But, I wonder if the Celestial Dew can cleanse memories. And if that has any ties to puppets. It would make sense, because I think Albinorks take memories embedded within runes to get... Or did I say Albinorks? I meant Silver Tears take rune memories to regain bodies that belong to other people? I'll need to think about that more. You thought I might remark on the Nier music? I did. I had you had my voice in your head when you were putting in those tracks. The funny thing is, I was like, hey, I know where this song is from now. Now I want to go ahead and kill a bunch of robots in a 2D side-scrolling action platformer. So damn, you called me out ahead of time.
May be the collective memory of the world, another name for which may be World Soul or Anima Mundi. In Elden Ring, the Anima Mundi and Axis Mundi are united within the Erdtree. The stories of Marika, Odin, Jesus, the Three-Eyed Raven from Game of Thrones, and Dolores from Westworld share similar motifs, and we can view them as mythological cousins or cognates.
I feel embarrassed, but I forgot Oh, Westworld. Okay, I was about to say, I forgot what you just called this a second ago. So of these, I am the least familiar with Westworld. I think I've only ever heard the title. I don't even really think I've seen a trailer for what the Westworld is.
They each represent a
And Vorb, welcome back in. It's been a while.
figure who sacrifices themselves to become part of the World Tree or World Soul equivalent in their universe and gain great power. All these concepts stem from the main idea of this video. The idea that the Erdtree is a tree of memories. The Erdtree takes obvious inspiration from the World Tree of Norse mythology. The Erd prefix comes from the Old English Erd, meaning earth, making another name for the Erdtree the Earth Tree or World Tree. In most surviving Norse poetry, the World Tree is called Yggdrasil, meaning Odin's gallows, a reference to how Odin hung himself from the World Tree for 9 days and nights to discover the secrets of the runes. In some early written sources, it is also called Mimamether, or Tree of Mimir. Mimir is a figure renowned for his knowledge and wisdom. Those of you who have played God of War are already familiar with him. Myths describe how Odin even carried his head around after it was beheaded, and it would whisper secret knowledge. Mimir is sometimes called the Rememberer. Scholars believe his name is related to the modern English word memory and its associated concepts.
Okay, I can see how that works. I didn't know that.
Thus, Mimir means memory, and the World Tree's epithet, Tree of Mimir, means Tree of Memory. Is it possible that the Erdtree is also a tree of memory? Enya says the following.
Demigods and even the creator of the champions are hewn by the Erdtree upon their end into remembrances.
A remembrance is a memory or recollection, per Google. Remembrances are memories. Memories that are hewn into the Erdtree. The Old Norse poem, the Voluspa, uses similar language describing the World Tree. From there come maidens, very wise, 3 from the lake that stands beneath the tree. One is called Urd, another Verdandi, Skuld the third. They carve into the tree the lives and fates of children. The lake that stands beneath the tree is the Well of Fate, Urdabrunna, which lies beneath the roots of the World Tree. Urd is the past, Verdandi is the present, and Skuld is the future.
Yeah, so I really love the etymology nerding that's going on in the chat. So Katie said technically it means horse of the terrifying one, because of which has the same meaning, of course. So I think I remember seeing some other etymological breakdown of Sleipnir being related to Odin's gallows. So I was kind of confounded to learn that Sleipnir and Yggdrasil kind of mean the same thing potentially. But it's been a while since I've looked at like the Edda and whatnot, and I might be misremembering things.
They are the Norns, aka the Fates, and together they encompass time itself. Though the Fates are often shown to weave destiny with threads, in this version of myth they do so by carving lives and fates into the World Tree. Hewn is a synonym for carved. Enya tells us that the demigods and greater of champions are hewn, aka carved, into the Erdtree upon their end, where they become remembrances. Fate is the course of someone's life, their destiny, the sum total of their experiences, their memories. The lives and fates of children become part of the World Tree, and memories become part of the Erdtree. This suggests that the Erdtree is made of memories. The Round Table Hold is a memory hewn into the Erdtree. When we go to the fortified manor in Leyndell, it looks demonstrably different to the Round Table Hold. The stairs are broken, Hugh's hammer has been left behind, and there are other noticeable changes in furniture placement throughout. The fortified manor is the state of the Round Table Hold in the present day.
Can you guys not wait for how Night Rain is going to mess all this lore up?
The Round Table Hold we visit, where the stairs are yet unbroken, is a memory of the past. When the Erdtree burns, the memories hewn into the Erdtree burn. Thus, the Round Table burns. Melina, too, may be a memory hewn into the Erdtree.
And in case she doesn't build on the points, it seems like Hugh and Roderica both potentially lose their memories as the Erdtree burns.
She is intimately connected to the Round Table Hold, being the person capable of bringing us there in the first.
Although maybe it's just Hugh, I don't remember. I think we had that topic brought up, and I was like, wait, maybe not. It's Roderica. But anyway,
First place. Melina is the kindling used to burn the Erdtree, and when she is burned with the flame of ruin, the Round Table Hold begins to burn as well. This explains why, when we meet her, Melina has forgotten her purpose. She tells us she is burned and bodiless, evidence of which can be seen in the burn marks on her hands.
and one of the things that has kind of annoyed me, because it would be so nice to say that like Melina is a manifestation of the Erdtree, and then it'd be even easier to therefore tie Melina and Marika together. But TLDR, it kind of sucks that you could burn the Erdtree directly yourself with the Frenzied Flame, and maybe that's because of the weird tarnished metaphysical connection to the Erdtree granted by Marika to make that work. I don't know.
We know the Erdtree has been burned before because we can see ash in Leyndell. The reason why Melina lost her memory is because it was burned away when she and the Erdtree were burned previously. This has all happened before. It is merely a cycle. Hugh, as well, is part of the Hold. In his own words, he is a prisoner, chained and trapped, undying, smithing for us fools. When the Round Table Hold burns, Hugh begins to lose his memory.
Why does that go
Cool, she brought it up.
for me? Have I forgotten something of dire importance?
Hugh is another memory hewn into the Erdtree. His name, Hugh, sounds like hewn, and might be a clue meant to help us make this connection. When the Erdtree burns, the memories hewn within it, the Hold, Melina, and Hugh, burn too. They forget. 1, this tells us that a function of the Flame of Ruin is to burn away memory. And 2, being able to go to the Hold and interact with Melina and Hugh tells us that in this world, memories exist as a part of reality, and we can interact with them. The Tarnished have access to the Round Table Hold. Does that mean that we, too, are a memory, and thus part of the Erdtree? When we die, the spot where our runes dropped is marked by 3 gold branches, with gold and silver leaves swirling around them.
This doesn't directly pertain to the video now, but Levo just kind of memory hold me. So, going back to a bit of Zafe's video with the whole Miko thing, bro, what the hell are the Finger Maidens? For real, like, they're not Finger Reader crones, or maybe crones are old maidens, but they seem distinct enough. Hayata isn't technically a Finger Maiden, although maybe she kind of is, because you can use Arena's blood to satisfy Vare's and Mohg's exaltation. Would a Finger Maiden be a Miko? Using the Shaman Village one, because they are technically Miko, but they use the woman kanji at the end as opposed to the child one. And for anybody who's like wondering, well, yeah, a Miko's a Miko, part of the reason I bring that up, and as Zafe pointed out in his video, you have the Dragon Maiden also using the Miko character. So anyway, like, that's not too important. I'm just like, these things are so weird from the lack of a storytelling point of view, I think.
Like little Erdtree sprouts. Runes are literally our experience points in the game. A synonym of experience is memory. We have experiences and they become memories. When we die and lose our runes, we must go and recollect them, like recollecting a memory. Our runes, our memories, are represented by these little Erdtree sprouts, supporting the idea that the gold substance the Erdtree is made of is runes, aka memories. Or at the very least, memories are a substance that exists as part of the Erdtree. In the A Song of Ice and Fire / Game of Thrones universe, in High Valyrian, the root phoneme for all things memory related is R-U with an umlaut N, pronounced rune. The verb to remember is runagan. A single memory is runi. One's collective memory is runir. Runes are memories, and they are the golden substance the Erdtree is made of. This explains why remembrances can be used both to gain many runes and be hewn into the Erdtree in the first place. Going further, in past Dark Souls games, our experience points were souls. Souls were how you gained experience, leveled up, and your currency. As the humanity item from Dark Souls 1 says, the soul is the source of all life. In Elden Ring, runes replace the soul's mechanism entirely. This is a subtle yet sublime exchange which shines new light on what it means to be alive in this game. To be alive in Elden Ring is to have runes. To be alive is to have memory. A common theme of all Souls games is the idea of going hollow, which is to lose your willpower, your sense of self, your identity, your memory of who you are and what you want. That is what it means to die in a world where you can't truly die.
That's what death is, isn't it? Forgetting. Being forgotten. If we forget where we've been and what we've done, we're not men anymore.
I know the Season 8 reference may hurt to watch, but it is quite fitting. To be alive.
Alright, Levo asks, or says, the fact that those who live in death drop runes makes you wonder how that ties into everything. So I think there's another component that ties into will, which Nameless Singer is bringing up as well, where those who live in death have wills that make them want to continue living, and the desire to live is strong enough to keep them from dying a quote-unquote true death. And that's presumably because they weren't given their like destined death. They probably still have memories within them to a degree, based on how you can have even those who live in death spirit ashes, which is extra strange to me.
Live in this game is to have memory. To die is to lose memory. Memory is life, and runes are memories. Thus, runes are life. This explains the Golden Rune 3 description. Even now, runes are still imbued with the power of life itself.
However, this description has bothered me because I think another interpretation of this would be that runes are imbued with the power of life itself. So imbued, does that mean that the power of life is not native to runes? Were they like merged together? I don't know. Because the soul thing with the spirit ashes, they seem to be divorced from runes to a degree. I guess that really depends on like what you think of the FP as a mechanic versus HP. But I digress.
Self. If we roll with this Dark Souls parallel of souls being akin to runes, then I think that we can also say that the rune item...
Hold on, wait, what did she say? And hey, Crunchy, welcome back in. How you doing? If we roll with this Dark Souls parallel of souls being akin to runes, I would strongly disagree with that within the context of Elden Ring.
Souls being akin to runes, then I think that we can also say that the rune items, like the golden runes, are equivalent to the soul items, which are found on corpses in those games.
So one of the biggest ways I think we can easily disrupt this chain of thought would be by introducing the concept of the quote-unquote soulless demigods still having the power to create remembrances within them. So if they're soulless, then where are we getting the remembrances from if soul equals rune equals memory? Which is why I've always been a little bit fascinated and confused by where these distinctions lie within Elden Ring specifically.
That is, these golden runes.
Oh yeah, and it did bother me a little bit when she brought it up earlier, the humanity sprite description. So for all of you guys who may not have ever played Dark Souls 1, I'll go ahead and pull up the humanity sprite description. If I can find it, because 12,000 things refer to humanity in this game. Okay. I guess I could have looked into it in Japanese. Anyway, humanity. This black sprite is called humanity, but little is known about its true nature. If the soul is the source of all life, then what distinguishes the humanity we hold within ourselves? So, maybe she was using Dark Souls 3's description. Oh wait, we're just going to get humanity in the same way. Oh wait, no, there's no humanity in Dark Souls 3 or Dark Souls 2, so it has to be in 1, right? Anyway, so, is it just a normal soul description? Souls are the source of all life, and whether undead or even hollow, one continues to seek them. So there is a bit of a dichotomy brought up with the type of souls in humanity and Dark Souls, as opposed to like this white type of soul. But anyway, that wasn't very relevant when she first brought it up, so I was going to let it be because I was hoping it was going to be relevant later. Yeah, どうしている? Okay. So imbued is more of a localization thing. Thank you, Leva. I appreciate that. So could you have runes without the power of life within them? I guess would be a question that I would have. There's body memory too. The white mist. It's what sparks off of bodies when they drop with items. Maybe. You think that's what's left behind when death is burned in Ghost Flame? I don't know. It's kind of hard to say for me. Because I don't know if Ghost Flame arguably might not destroy memories if you want to conflate all that. But you might not be trying to make that point, to be fair. Katie said, not to be a killjoy, but you think I might be looking into this more deeply than the devs did? Oh, yeah, no, I'm absolutely certain about that. Like, I'm not so disillusioned as to think otherwise. But I mean, even if I'm thinking about it more deeply than the devs did, I still don't think this is like a fruitless pursuit. I just like to look into the consistency and the world building of things. It's just fun for me, bro. It's like etymology, but in a different form. Chadwick said, explaining all game mechanics via lore is often a road to hell. Looks like we're on a highway to it, aren't we?
Are the equivalent of one's soul. And like the humanity item said, the soul is the source of all life.
Are you familiar
Damn it, if I'd waited 5 seconds.
with grace? The golden light that gives life to you tarnished.
In this game, grace is what gives us life, and the golden runes are grace. Per their
I don't think that's fair, though, because it seems as though grace is a different thing, because if Marika can steal grace from the tarnished, then how are they technically alive? So I would say grace is different. We're given the guidance of grace. Like it's arguable whether or not the tarnished themselves have grace. Like I think the intro says that we're given grace, but then Godfrey's like, you're spurned by grace. So I think Godfrey's probably wrong, but how am I ever going to disprove that, you know? Anyway.
Their descriptions, quote, grace that dwells within the inhabitants of the lands between. The golden rune items are our souls, and they are the grace that gives us life. The golden runes represent something else. There are skulls we can find on the ground across the lands between. Some skulls have glowing eyes, and when broken, they drop golden rune 1. This suggests that these rune items are inside our skulls. In real life, our brains are inside our skulls.
I always forget. The Lowlander's rune description is cut, isn't it? Or is that the one that got transformed into the starting gift one? So this might be a cut description. I'm pretty confident it is. And this one has always annoyed me. It says, Grace is brought to the very fringes and lowlands of the lands between. And with the Golden Order came the weight of its history, a history of conquest and subjugation. Golden Order seems to be a misreading of the Japanese. It's pretty easy to do. I easily forgive them. So we have Ogonju, which is like the golden tree. So if you just misread tree as Ritsu, like Golden Order, I could definitely see why this came to be the Golden Order. So you could say that Grace is brought with the Erdtree, essentially. So then what about the lands between pre-Erdtree times, which is partially why I'm whole against the Grace equals runes idea. I think there has to be some distinction there, although I'm not sure how distinct they are. This could be like a square rectangle situation to, you know, fill out somebody's bingo card here of things that I say every damn stream, where Grace might be a specific type of runic empowerment, I don't know, or vice versa. You think runes don't reside in the brain, but in the eyes? Oh, yeah, for sure. Well, they're probably everywhere. Because, I mean, he ain't got no eyes. Here we go.
Our brain is the vessel which holds our memories. And in this game, the golden rune is the vessel which holds our memories.
Oh, so that's why I brought up the brain thing. I'm going to back it up just to get her thoughts a bit more coherent here.
Rune 1. This suggests that these rune items are inside our skulls. In real life, our brains are inside our skulls. Our brain is the vessel which holds our memories. And in this game, the golden rune is the vessel which holds our memories.
I think there's some like research to suggest that there are different forms of memories. Although I know what she's saying here at face value, it is perfectly fine. You guys just know that I like to be pedantic, and this kind of thing is interesting to me because I think technically even like plants have quote unquote memories, although I guess it could be argued that what plants have as memories aren't the same type of memories that she's talking about here and things like an Elden Ring. But I mean, even in Elden Ring, plants can have runes, which are memories, right? So
we defeat enemies and gain experience, the rune items amass more small R runes and grow in size, akin to how as we live more life and gain more experience, we gain more memory. The small R runes are memories as a substance, and the golden runes represent the totality of our memory, akin to our brains. Our brain is the seat of consciousness. To us humans, the intersection of conscious experience and memory at any given moment is what it means to be alive. The brain, the soul, our memory, our life, our very being, all these things are what are represented by the golden rune items, by Grace. We are memories.
So I think to articulate one way that I'm having an issue with this video's argumentation right now is that I think Nameless Singer is conflating memory and consciousness together right now, which I definitely understand why she would do that, because I mean, how could you possibly have a memory if you're not conscious? But conversely, by tying the life aspect into things in Elden Ring at the very least, you're adding another axis on which the others don't have to align. So for example, in real life, if somebody had their brain destroyed, but for whatever reason, like the lower part of it and like the brain stem is intact, they could functionally be like brain dead, but body alive. But whether or not like memory or consciousness plays into that is kind of irrelevant, because like life isn't contingent upon memory in real life. And so could the same be applied to Elden Ring? It gets really weird because we have like the crystallians and inorganic life such as Estelle, which make things a bit more difficult to parse through. We also have those who live in death, which technically don't have like brains or eyes or things like that. So yeah, anyway.
May explain why we don't have a real body and why we just evaporate into magic dust when we die. Grace is memory. In this world, to be alive is to have memory. And this is the explanation for why grace is what gives us life. Since grace is memory, we can say that sites of grace are sites of memories. This explains why we can access the Round Table Hold, a memory hewn into the Erdtree, via the sites of grace.
All right, so maybe it isn't grace in the sense of memory as in memories that are already written. Maybe that's the issue here. Because memory implies something that has happened, which brings a temporal construct into things, which is really hard to parse with the way that grace kind of like also acts as fate, as she kind of pointed out in the beginning of the video, which is technically yet to happen, but maybe preordained because, you know, destined death, I guess, or like the fates of the Norns and things like that. So that might be worth recontextualizing, at least in my mind, how I want to think about her reference to memory is working. So she might not be referring to memory in like a super literal sense, or even if she is, I don't necessarily have to take it to mean it so literally here, is what I'm saying. Zaif, you're no philosopher yourself, but it seems philosophically brave to equate memory, soul, and consciousness. Maybe. Like, I definitely get why she's doing this. I've definitely tried to tread down these paths myself to figure out what is what, and I can confidently say I have no idea. It seems like grace is meant to be distinct from runes and gold, despite, you know, being the grace of gold. Oh god, that's a whole other axis to explore as well, like gold's relation to all this and life and whatnot. It's rough out here. You wouldn't have the guts to do it? I don't know. So you say guts, but I was thinking to myself, like, man, I really wouldn't want to make a video describing like all of the depth of the Itako as you did, because I figured it'd probably be too esoteric for an audience. But I mean, seeing your video, you know, makes me have to rethink those kind of principles myself. So you might find yourself in a similar boat eventually. Who knows? And you think runes are crystallized effort built up over struggle and triumph? The memories graven into the Erdtree are those accumulated experiences. So the question then becomes, do you gain that influx of willpower from the Erdtree? Then if so, why do others fail if that's supposed to be what they're given? Like, how could somebody possibly fail if that's what grace is? If anything, like, I've always felt that there was a byproduct of like the players' involvement, interactions with the games, which has kind of been part of the meta lore crafting of these worlds, where like in Dark Souls, when's the last time anybody in chat has played Dark Souls? It's a trick question. You've gone hollow because you've stopped playing it up until the point you pick up the controller again, and then you're literally not hollow anymore. So that's kind of how I always thought about it. Like, the will seems to kind of transcend the soul of like Dark Souls. So maybe you could say like that's the Dark Soul itself, like the will to exist, versus the white soul, which gives you power to like go on and energize you, I guess. Anyway, I don't know if that's quite the same as Elden Ring, but it seems like the only reason why we don't fail as a Tarnished is because we still have the will to continue on our path to become Elden Lord. We never get to stop playing Dark Souls. Damn you, Miyazaki. Come on, Paisan. You know every ending. You either relink the flame or the fire fades only to kindle along the horizon again. You're playing Dark Souls right now.
Sites of Grace are made from pieces of Erdtree bark, which suggests that the
Oh man, okay. I've got it, guys. I've got it. Oh no. Hold on. I gotta scroll all the way up. Or not. It's not the first item. Here we go. I guarantee this will be cute and make sense. The memory of first grace which once guided bygone tarnish to the lands between. It is merely a cycle. Stand before the Elden Ring. Become the Elden Lord. There you go.
grace housed within different pieces of the Erdtree remain connected to one another despite being physically separated, perhaps in some metaphysical dimension. Before we interact with them, they are called sites of lost grace, or as we can now say, sites of lost memory. This makes our journey a journey of rediscovering lost memories, similar to our traveling companion Melina, who is on a journey to recall her lost purpose. Sites of grace being sites of memory explains why Melina tells us,
"Spoken echoes linger here, words of Queen Marika."
Some sites of grace contain memories of Marika. The question is, are these the memories of those who heard Marika speaking these words, or are they memories of Marika herself? Grace was bestowed upon the Tarnished.
To answer that question a bit more literally, I think have I talked about that in a video? I know I've definitely talked about it on the streams before, where the spoken echoes are essentially like the literal memories of words. Well, hold on, that's kind of a bad way to phrase it. Well, kind of. So we don't have a good English equivalent of this. I'm going to borrow Wikipedia because I'm bad at breaking things down on the fly. English. Here we go. So we have kotodama, which are essentially word spirits, word souls. Refers to the Japanese belief that mystical powers dwell in words and names. So basically, if you say something, it kind of gets manifested into reality, and the notion of kotodama presupposes that sounds can magically affect objects, and that ritual word usages can influence the environment, body, mind, and soul. Some interpret the belief as the discovery of vibratory commands words have that can affect physiology and the mind. And there is actually a science to this, where if you talk to plants, they can actually grow more effectively than if you don't. There's some people who have the beliefs that vibrations affect the actual physiology of things, and not even in a super pseudo-science-y, what's the word? Not holistic. Those crazy hippies, that type of word that I can't think of. You know that from Black Clover? I've only ever heard of Black Clover, but yeah, it definitely appears in other contexts as well. Plants love heavy metal, from what you've heard. At least it's not Shiri Kodama. We need Crunchy for the music breakdown. Let's see if there's anything else. Isn't it called cymatics, the thing that I'm thinking of? What? Science versus music. Okay, so I saw this video a long time ago. Maybe I'm misremembering it. Oh, no, this is right. All right. So cymatics is a subset of modal vibrational phenomena. The term is blah, blah, blah. Typically, the surface of a plate, diaphragm, or membrane is vibrated, and regions of maximum and minimum displacement are made visible in a thin coating of particles, paste, or liquid. So anyway, words have power in, Japanese Shinto mythology, but maybe also like literally, because you're producing vibrations, and the vibrations have an effect on the physical world, and they even like come up with like different frequencies, and you can see the patterns of the frequencies emerge on things. And I saw a crazy YouTube video a long time ago where they were trying to test out cymatics as it related to dolphin echolocation. So they actually had like a researcher dive into a pool with a dolphin, and they recorded its echolocations. And when they took those frequencies and played it into like their replica 3D model of sound, like cymatic sound, they were actually able to see the silhouette of a person within the dolphin's echolocation frequency, which was, I mean, it makes sense because if that's what the dolphin is quote unquote hearing, it's just bouncing the frequency back off of the person first. So anyway, hope you guys enjoyed that completely irrelevant tangent off of a little bit of a thing. The accidental crunchy summon. Your comment got blocked and you have no idea why. I'm on live chat, so if I don't see it, sometimes like YouTube just sucks about that sometimes. Oh, you meant crunchy hippies, not crunchy the person? Oh no, we summoned him for nothing. Safe says there's also a lot of cults that use cymatics and more pseudo-scientific ways to explain communication with multidimensional beings. Are you talking about like speaking in tongues? Chadwick said, funny that such famously taciturn people, the Japanese, have the power to manifest the world through words. Perhaps that is the backbone or the relative of silence. So keep in mind, I believe it's Persona 2 or 3 that really like goes into it, where if you start, they probably also build into it like Persona 5. If you like give voice to a rumor, like an aspect of it can start to become reality. So if you deliberately give out rumors to affect the world, like they can become manifest. I don't think I've heard of the Lightworkers actually. All right, so anyway, let's go back into Grace's memory.
Finished by Marika, so these memories could be either theirs or hers. Marika seems to be the source of grace, and thus of runes, life, and memory. Marika shares many parallels with Odin and with Jesus, and these parallels may tell us more about what grace is, why she is the source of it, and about Grace's relationship with the Erdtree. The most popular version of how Odin came to discover the runes is that he hung himself from the World Tree for 9 days and nights. As we talked about before, the World Tree's name in Norse is Yggdrasil. Ygg means terrible and is one of Odin's epithets, and Drasil means horse, a poetic term for the gallows. Thus, Yggdrasil is Odin's gallows, a reference to how he hung himself in the tree. In the Norse poem Havamal, Odin recounts his self-sacrifice. I know that I hung on a windy tree, 9 long nights, wounded with a spear dedicated to Odin, myself to myself, on that tree of which no man knows from where its roots run. No bread did they give me, nor a drink from a horn. Downwards I peered. I took up the runes, screaming I took them. Then I fell back from there. Odin hung on a tree, with no food or water, was wounded with a spear, made a great sacrifice of himself to himself, and at the end of it all, he was rewarded with something important, the knowledge of the power of the runes. Jesus was also hung on a tree, aka the wooden cross. He asked for wine, and the Roman guards gave him vinegar. He was stabbed in the side with the spear of Longinus by a Roman soldier.
And this isn't entirely relevant, although it kind of is. Not all sects of Christianity believe that Christ was crucified on a cross. Jehovah's Witnesses notably believe he was crucified on a stake, which is more tree-like than your traditional cross.
willingly performed the sacrifice, accepting it in the Garden of Gethsemane the night before Judas betrayed him. He sacrificed himself to himself because he sacrificed himself to God. But he is also God because the idea of the Trinity is that God, the Son, and the Holy Spirit are just three aspects of one being.
I don't know, but this just out of context, looking at the top of the screen, Holy Spirit equals bird. It's just funny. Like, ignore everything else. This is all you need to know.
At the end of it all, he was rewarded with something important. He redeemed all humans of the original sin and brought them everlasting life. The story of Marika shares motifs with these myths. Marika is both Odin and Jesus. She hangs within the World Tree, in a crucified pose, stabbed in the side by a spear akin to the Spear of Longinus. As we discussed earlier, runes are closely related, if not identical, to grace, the golden light which gives life to the tarnished. Everlasting life, truly, because we literally cannot die, since destined death has been removed from the Order. Marika is the source of the runes, the grace of this everlasting life that she has granted to us. The runes, grace, and everlasting life are the same, and the stories of Marika, Jesus, and Odin are very similar. These parallels may mean that we can infer other things about Marika's story. She chose to accept this sacrifice, and she may have done it to gain the power of runes, of everlasting life. She may have needed to be crucified as a prerequisite to become the source of grace.
So I've wondered similar things as well, but to take this a step further, I've wondered whether or not this crucifixion pose and the whole idea of the rune arc catching its bounty is supposed to represent that, like, the thing that trails down from the rune arc being Marika and or the Elden Ring. Maybe that's where we first got runes, essentially, that did not derive directly from the Elden Ring. So, in other words, is crucifying / hanging somebody from a tree into this kind of position and kind of killing them a way of manifesting their runes, I guess. And part of the reason why I wonder that is mostly because of, like, the hanged man symbolism within Bloodborne. And that's, like, another huge topic. But so this is kind of like an inversion of that because they're not hung upside down and whatnot. Crunchy says, do people say Longinus instead of Longinus? Though they say Uranus instead of Uranus? People be saying whatever they want, me included. That's why I say Shaman. Zafe says Longinus makes him profoundly uncomfortable. Good, because that's how I say it. Well, now I could say Longinus and make everybody equally mad.
Like Jesus rose 3 days later, as Odin was reborn after 9 days, so perhaps will Marika return. Taking the average, I'd say she has about 6 days. Odin, Jesus, and Marika are all mythological cognates. A cognate is a term from linguistics, meaning a word that comes from the same original word or root. You can think of cognates as blood relatives, like cousins. They derive from the same root ancestor, an ancient myth about someone hanging out in a tree who gains magical powers. To make it easier to reference them as a group, maybe we can give them a portmanteau. Gemerodin, Merodesis, Odysseisica? Those
Maragon
are all pretty terrible. Maybe an acronym would be better. What about MOJ? Let's go with that. There is another cognate of MOJ, the Three-Eyed Raven from Game of Thrones. The Three-Eyed Raven...
Oh god, please don't do a transition like that. That just kind of makes my blood boil. That's like actual legitimate conspiracy theory type argumentation. What also happened on March 31st, 331, that is 3 plus 3 plus 1 is 7, 7, 7, 7. That's the jackpot in a slot machine. This theory is bulletproof.
AKA the Three-Eyed Crow in the books, is the Odin equivalent in the A Song of Ice and Fire universe. Like how Odin hangs within Yggdrasil and gains the power of the rune.
So you could build off with that point just directly. I just hated that transition.
The Three-Eyed Raven is hung from the branches of a weirwood tree and gains powerful knowledge by projecting his consciousness into the blood within the trees to spy into the past. Odin sends out his ravens Hugin and Munin to spy for him. The Three-Eyed Raven is a warg and uses his ravens for the same purpose. The reason why he is important to this discussion is because of his connection to memory.
Damn it. Now I don't remember if the only reason I've heard of Hugin and Munin is because of A Song of Ice and Fire, or if it was something else. No, it is Norse mythology. That's what I thought. Yeah, okay. So she'll probably bring this up, but if she doesn't, remind me to come back to this point.
By Season 8, Bran Stark has become the Three-Eyed Raven, and he reveals what the Night King wants.
He wants to erase this world, and I am its memory.
The Three-Eyed Raven is the memory of the world. The game suggests that runes, grace, and everlasting life are the same, and Odin, Marika, and Jesus are the source of each in their respective stories. As we have discussed in this video, grace also represents memory. The Three-Eyed Raven is the source of the world's memory, and is another parallel to MOJ.
So for those of you who are more familiar with A Song of Ice and Fire, is that true? Is the Three-Eyed Raven the source of memory, or is he like the chronicler of memory? I don't know enough about it.
MOJ becomes MOJ3. There are many theories in the A Song of Ice and Fire community about exactly what the Three-Eyed Raven is, but the most prominent theory is that he is some kind of manifestation of the collective consciousness within the weirwood trees. As a cognate to Marika, we may be able to suggest that she is also a manifestation of the collective consciousness within the Erdtree. The grace, the memories, pooled within the Erdtree represents the collective memory of the world. Marika is the source of grace, thus she is the memory of the world. Instead of saying that Marika is the memory of the world, it may be more accurate to say that she is the vessel for the memory of the world. The Three-Eyed
I could agree with that. Take a bit more.
Raven seems to always need a vessel to inhabit. As Three-Eyed Bran says in Season 8,
He's tried before, many times with many Three-Eyed Ravens.
Brynden Rivers, the previous Three-Eyed Raven iteration, says to Bran, "Now it is time for you to become me." The Three-Eyed Raven seems to jump from person to person, like after some period of time it requires a new vessel. Marika is the vessel for the Elden Ring. Marika as a person, before she became a god, may have been akin to Bran. One could argue that Bran...
Who has a better story than Marika? Anyway, John Paul Cochran, welcome back in. And we had somebody else pop in that I wanted to say hi to, but it's been too long. Got too distracted, too caught up. Oh yeah, it was Paisan, I think. Welcome back in, guys.
Is no longer Bran, and Marika is no longer Marika. They exist now only as vessels, their personalities usurped by the god that resides within them. The Elden Beast is a god, and per Elden Stars, quote, "The Greater Will sent a golden star bearing a beast into the lands between, which would later become the Elden Ring. The Elden Beast became the Elden Ring. Marika is the vessel for the Elden Ring, and thus the Elden Beast may actually be the one who is the memory of the world." It's complicated and requires further investigation, but this was an appropriate place to at least mention this idea. In A Song of Ice and Fire, the reason why there is a collective consciousness within the trees is because the sap of the weirwood trees is human blood. Hence why they are called weirwoods. Weir is a Germanic root meaning man.
Werewolf.
In that universe, the soul, aka the memories of an individual, is tied to blood. Bran drinks some blood and is able to experience the memory of his distant ancestor being executed. A weirwood's sap contains the memories of all humans whose blood they have grown from. The first men would sacrifice hearts to the weirwoods, clean their bloody swords in pools of water at the weirwood's base, and would hang the entrails of sacrifices from their branches. These are similar to real-life Norse rituals, and may explain why the Norse had sacred groves. They may have believed that blood was the seed of the soul. The trees grew from the blood of the sacrifices, and thus they believed that the souls of their ancestors were in the trees, making them sacred. If some theorists are correct, and all weirwoods are connected in a form of weirwood internet, dubbed the Weirnet, then the weirwoods together represent the collective memory of all whose blood has pooled into them. Thus, it is possible for greenseers like Bran to project their individual consciousness into the collective consciousness of the Weirnet, which gives them the ability to look back through the collective memory of mankind that is pooled within the weirwoods. Weir means man, and thus the Weirnet is really the human net. In Elden Ring's universe, the sap of the Erdtree is golden, not blood red. Yet the sap of the Erdtree is still referred to as blessings. The word blessing comes from the Proto-Germanic word blotham, which means blood. Miquella's whole story in the DLC is how he abandons his golden blood, which we see pooled as crosses throughout the Realm of Shadow. We know that he and Mohg, perhaps while under Miquella's charm, watered saplings with blood to make them grow. I would reason that the golden sap of the Erdtree is no different from the blood sap of the weirwoods except in color. There are characters who say that the Weirnet's scrying power.
If that's her position, I'd be curious to see as to why she thinks Miquella's Halig Tree failed to become that which is called an Erdtree.
Are because trees experience time differently. But Bran being able to access this power with just blood suggests that it's actually the blood. But it's not really the blood. It's the aspect of the soul tied to the blood. It's really this metaphysical realm of consciousness and memory that one is able to access with their own consciousness.
So on this point, I think she's kind of hitting back into, familiar FromSoft territory that I kind of agree with, that there are aspects of the runes which are traced into the blood because we have golden poop, which you get blood and poop. That's what gives it its color, believe it or not. And beast blood has traces of gold within it, which is why it doesn't rot or something along those lines. Would that imply Miquella was dumping his memories into the Halig Tree? Well, if that's the case, that could potentially explain why we have the womanly figure within the Halig Tree interior. And if we want to take that logic to its furthest extreme, that might also explain why the trees in Anir Elim seem to have a bunch of bodies within them, even though those bodies are nowhere near the scale of human or even Hornsent bodies. So there's definitely room to work with this kind of a theory here.
Grace is also referred to as a blessing, but unlike the sap, which is a physical substance, grace is a metaphysical substance. I think what we might be able to say is that grace is the aspect of Erdtree sap that is responsible for holding the memories hewn within the Erdtree. The golden Erdtree sap is imbued with grace. When one is accessing the memories hewn within the Erdtree, one is accessing the memories within the collective grace. In this world, we can actually interact with memories. We can go to the Round Table Hold, a memory hewn into the Erdtree. There is a large site of grace within the hold. This may represent the memories which have accumulated within the Erdtree, the collective grace which is pooled there. At the very least, the memories of those who were bestowed grace by Marika. We've tied both memory and the soul to the concept of grace. You could call this collective grace the memory of the world, but an equally fitting description would be the soul of the world. There is a name for such a thing, the anima mundi, the world soul. In Elden Ring's universe, the Erdtree is the world tree, and it fulfills the role of the axis mundi, the world axis, which is said to be located at the center of the world and connects the heavens, the earth, and the underworld. Collective grace, aka the anima mundi, seems to be imbued into the sap of the Erdtree, aka the axis mundi. I think what we can say is that the anima mundi is imbued into the axis mundi, and this is how we can relate the two concepts. We'll definitely revisit this idea in the future.
So, I think the memory part of the story or the video isn't as strong as it could be. And while I don't entirely disagree with the connection between grace and memories and like runes and memories, because it's obviously there to some degree, I think it's easier to say that grace has the potential to hold memory within it, or it can be shaped into that of memories, or you could say the same thing about runes, that they can be like memory shaped. But I would say like memory itself seems to be like she's treating it like a substance, it seems almost, when I don't think it is, despite the whole aspect of runes and everything. And just to kind of illustrate my point here, if runes are memory, are grace, then what does that imply about when the Elden Beast and the Elden Stars first landed in the lands between? Was there no grace, no soul, no memories within the lands between up until that point? Or is it something that Marika is building over time, which I think to me like that would make more sense with the whole protection of the Erdtree, or is it blessing of the Erdtree? I'm pretty sure it's protection, where the Elden Ring would eventually go on to, oh, maybe there's the Erdtree. It would go on to embody order. Protection of the... Okay. In the beginning, everything was in opposition to the Erdtree, but through countless victories in war, it became the embodiment of order. So this, taken out of context, doesn't seem like it really has much relevance to what she's saying here, but it does show that, to me, the Elden Ring, or at least the Erdtree, didn't represent order, so it probably had to be built up over time, at least for Marika's incarnation of order. So, setting all that stuff aside, if Metter was the first falling star which landed on the lands between, what does that have to say about the Elden Ring? I don't necessarily think there's any contradiction there, to be fair, but Metter has runes when you kill her. Did she get those runes later? Does not all memory come from the Elden Ring? Potentially. Or are runes made through memories, which I think could be a potential thing depending on how you look at the death rite rituals of the Deathbirds, where they wanted their victims' hearts to scream out and to engage in mortal combat, a life and death battle, a huge theme in FromSoft games. And it's long been my position that the reason why these life and death battles are so important in FromSoft games is because of that whole trope of, quote unquote, seeing your life flash before your eyes just before you die. So like the bigger the struggle, like the stronger the memory or the emotion that's created, which kind of elevates you. And death in battle is a huge thing in Elden Ring because that's what allows you to get remembered, essentially. And man doesn't think there was any golden lands between before the Elden Beast, and that if there was anything, it was pale blue. With that point said, relevance, how do you think the Erdtree got all those blood memories that opposed it? Probably war. Exactly. That's how I look at it. Chadwick, you haven't thought about this stuff in a year? You had a lot to say about this all 12 months ago? Rip.
We've been discussing how grace represents both memory and life. If Marika returned grace back to us in the form of memories, how does that explain how we're alive? To be fair, we don't have real physical bodies, it seems. When we die, we just dissolve into dust.
Well, that introduced its own problems of whether or not life is contingent on the physical body, and so we'll have to see where she goes with this.
Maybe we're just light holograms, or something like that. We can look at it from another perspective. The Erdtree is a tree of memories, and some people have made the analogy that the Erdtree is like a giant computer hard drive.
I tend to compare the Elden Ring itself to like a program, and so the software is like what the current incarnation of the Elden Ring looks like, and depending on what code you put into it, aka Great Runes, you can get different instantiations of order.
Going with the computer analogy, that would make the lands between a simulation, a giant video game, which the Tarnished are living in. This is appropriate from a meta perspective because, obviously, Elden Ring is a video game. This analogy makes it very easy to say that memory is life because every computer process requires memory to run. In this analogy, when Marika returns memory to us in the form of grace, she is returning us to life by providing us the memory required to start our computer processes again. I bring up this computer analogy because there may be another relevant cognate to MOJ3.
Oh no.
A few characters from the HBO show Westworld. I love Westworld. It investigates big philosophical questions like, what is free will? Do we live in a simulation? Can AI gain self-awareness? There's an Easter egg in the show where the Game of Thrones showrunners Dan Weiss and David Benioff appear as techs working on a host version of Daenerys' dragon Drogon. It was George R.R. Martin who suggested to Westworld creators Jonathan Nolan and Lisa Joy that Westeros could exist as a park in Westworld, which is what brought about this cameo. This Easter egg inspired me to look at the deeper thematic connections between Westworld and Westeros, and some of what I found may inform our thinking about what MOJ3 could represent. Spoilers for Westworld Seasons 3 and 4 ahead. I mentioned before that there's a theory that the Weirwoods are connected in a large, internet-esque network dubbed the Weirnet, which contains the collective memory of all whose blood has gathered in the trees. The three-eyed raven is theorized to be the consciousness that exists within this collective memory. Sort of like if there was an AI who became conscious and inhabited the internet. A ghost in the machine, if you will. In Westworld, there's an AI quantum computer named Rehoboam that is manipulating humanity. Rehoboam's voice is a man called Angarand Surak, who literally wears an earpiece and speaks what Rehoboam says. His last name, Surak, means tip of an iceberg, fitting because he represents the part of the AI the characters interact with directly. His first name, Angarand, is a derivation of the Germanic name Angelram. The Angle part comes from the tribe name of the Angles, invaders of Angland, and the source of its name. But the Ram
Engels worked with Marx, therefore this video is communist. I just really hate these kind of arguments, so I hope it's really good, because I'm not feeling it.
part is more interesting for our purposes. Ram derives from the word hrafen, meaning raven. Like Bran is the vessel for the three-eyed raven, the collective consciousness in the Weirnet, Angaran Sarak is the vessel for Rehoboam, the AI in the quantum computer. Angarand and Rehoboam suck. So
hold on, I need to go back. Is this English Raven?
word Hrafn, meaning raven. Like Bran is the vessel for the three-eyed raven,
What happened to Angles?
the collective consciousness in the Weirnet, Angaran Sarak is the vessel for Rehoboam, the AI in the quantum computer. Angarand and Rehoboam suck, so to defeat them, the host Dolores sacrifices herself to upload her consciousness to the quantum computer. To do this, she must first have all her memories erased, save one which she holds onto until the very end. She is reborn within the simulation as a woman named Christina, who is responsible for being the memory of all the humans and hosts within the simulation. The simulation has gone through many iterations, searching for a different outcome. Like MOJ, Dolores sacrifices herself to gain power. In this case, to free humanity from its AI overlord and its corrupt mouthpiece, Angaran.
Do the three-eyed ravens sacrifice themselves? Do they sacrifice their individuality to become the raven? Because I'm curious why she didn't add the 3 there a moment ago.
Dolores' memories must be erased so she can become the vessel for the simulation. Like Mikola abandons all of his memories, save one, to become the empty vessel for a god.
Does he abandon his memory? I don't believe so. Here my arm sinistral, my eye, flesh, my body, my heart, my doubt, vacillation, last flesh of my body. Here all my fears, all my love. So unless she's going to go with the rune is his memory because it's a rune, that's probably what she's going to have to do to make that work. Because I kind of disagree with the notion that he got rid of all of his memories.
Something which Marika likely also had to do.
Although, to be fair, I could see that working with Radagon being the Yorishiro, which attracts him back. Because he forgets where the physical world is, I guess. Anyway, that's a little bit meta.
Dolores dies and is reborn as Christina, a pretty obvious reference to Jesus Christ. As Christ Lores, she becomes the memory of the world, like Marika and the Three-Eyed Raven. The simulation she is running has many iterations. It is merely a cycle. By adding Dolores to our acronym, we...
Oh yeah, that's right, John Paul. That her framework race equals memory. She argues he's abandoning his memories because of his golden blood. That's true, she did say that earlier. Thank you.
MOJ 3D. Besides being a cool connection, what can this parallel help us learn about Elden Ring? Well, Dolores' name comes from the Latin dolor, which means pain, sorrow.
Who is Dolores again?
And Westworld posits that the way the hosts become conscious is through suffering. Jesus and Odin both gained their powers through suffering. Odin by hanging on the tree for 9 days and nights, Jesus by being crucified. Likewise, Marika and the shamans who were put into the jars to become saints were whipped with the tooth whip, perhaps to inflict suffering, so that their flesh and spirit would meld harmoniously with others.
Dolores was Kristen pre-death. Okay, I'll probably need to go back to double check, but thank you.
Suffering may bring about an increase of consciousness, which allows for the consciousness of shamans to meld better with other consciousnesses shoved into the jars with them. I think there are other instances of shared symbolism between Westworld and Elden Ring. Things like the order inherent in ancient trees, pearls, towers, and more. The reason why these...
Hold on, let me look at that again.
Other instances of shared symbolism between Westworld and Elden Ring. Things like the order inherent in ancient trees.
You know, people think they know what a tree is, they have no idea. What we see, it's only part of the story, but beneath the ground, everything is connected and working together. There's violence and chaos everywhere, and you can choose to focus on all of that, and that's all you'll see. But if you sit still, long enough, you'll sense an ancient order, a deep peace, and that's what I chose to see. I see the beauty in this world. Maya inside the walled garden. Is this part of Westworld?
Pearls, towers.
Wait, why does she just say that a rune is a pearl
in ancient
now?
Trees, pearls.
I feel like this is unfair without substantiating this further.
Towers. And more.
Is this supposed to be an eclipse or towers? What is going on?
The reason why these two properties have these connections is most likely because they are drawing from the same mythological ideas and sources. Given how pervasive AI has become in our world and how popular simulation theory is, I don't think it's far-fetched to consider that Elden Ring's philosophy and world building could be influenced by such ideas.
What? Such ideas? Oh, okay. So she's not saying that Elden Ring is influenced by AI and whatnot. She's saying mythology, but then, like, why bring up the AI stuff at all? I'm gonna back that up.
Of these connections is most likely because they are drawing from the same mythological ideas and sources. Given how pervasive AI has become in our world and how popular simulation theory is, I don't think it's far-fetched to consider that Elden Ring's philosophy and world building could be influenced by such ideas.
Yeah, that just seems like a huge non sequitur.
Or at least, I think it's legit that the mythology of the game can be interpreted in such a fashion. Regardless of developer intent, I love Westworld very much and wanted to share some of these patterns I noticed with you all. If you enjoyed this video and feel that it contributes positively to the Elden Ring community, please leave a like to help boost its visibility within YouTube's algorithm. If you want to see the next video pop up on your homepage when it comes out, please subscribe. My fellow Tarnished, thank you for watching. See you in the next video.
So that one took me a little bit longer to go through than I expected, but that's fine. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and share Nameless Singer's video with you guys in the chat if you want to give her some support. I'm already subscribed to the channel. I'm not going to like this video because, like, the memory stuff withstanding, that's fine. I would have liked it at that point, but this part was just very strange to me. Like, what is the relevance of MOJ3D? Am I supposed to... Is there more to that? Or is it just an acronym for the sake of there being an acronym? Like, I'm very confused. Oh, D is for Dolores, who's Christina, who's Christ, who's Jesus. So, there were parts of this video that I thought were just very repetitive, which annoyed me, but I was going to, like, you know, be nice about. So, there's at least 4 or 5 times when she said, like, Odin is like Jesus, which is fine. I just tend to get annoyed by repetition probably more than most people, though. So...
acronym, we get MOJ3D. Besides being a cool connection, what can this parallel help us learn about Elden Ring? Well, Dolores' name comes from the Latin dolor.
Yeah, so Moj 3D doesn't really mean anything, which is... I just kind of hate the framing of this video, I'm not going to lie. Whew. You feel that? You just feel confused? Anyway, like, I don't mind that people make videos like this to a degree. Like, I definitely encourage everybody to challenge their preconceived notions about the games, and for that, I do appreciate this video to an extent, but it just kind of really went off the rails for me. Or was it? Actually, the stuff with the three-eyed raven and the weirwood was pretty good, which is, you know, relevant because of George R.R. Martin. So yeah, it really just kind of unraveled with the Westworld stuff. Like, there might be some connections to make, but I don't think it helped the video is all. Katie, you jumped the gun before, but you like this one? You don't agree with most of the stuff, but you liked it still? I think that's perfectly fine. She clearly just talked about her own interpretation, which is some call nigh heretical. I don't think there's like anything heretical. I'm just not following along as well as I'd like. And so to pull up my pretentious like English major crap, we've got that whole concept of Chekhov's gun, where if you introduce something, it better be used. And I feel like we just had a really big failure of firing Chekhov's gun with the Mohead appellation here. Faizan, you generally like stuff like this, though? You like wild theories? You feel like we're in a stage of Elden Ring lore where we can't find any more concrete explanations or conclusions? So you like the kind of crazy stuff, too? Yeah, I think that's fair. I definitely am kind of a hater of the crazy stuff because I like to stay as grounded to the text as I can. But, I mean, that isn't to say that I'm, like, impervious of getting things wrong by any means. I just... unless we have... how do I want to phrase it? Like more metaphorical readings of things, I'm generally in more favor of those, or like literary readings of things. So I'm trying to think of a good example off the top of my head within the framework of Elden Ring. That, of course, isn't mine own. Yeah, damn it. I'm trying to not mentally masturbate here, but so like in my video comparing Mikola to Anthony Fremont of the Twilight Zone, like I definitely like that type of framework for theories where it isn't necessarily related to the game, but it's kind of like a re-examination of the game through a different lens. I like stuff like that. I think there are elements of this with like the weirwood and the blood. I wish she went into more detail about that. I think it's a little bit of a shame she didn't talk about like beast blood having like runes and stuff in it, because I think that could have strengthened her points here. But of course, that's more for me. I don't really think the average Joe cares about that too much. So it's really just the end that threw me really off. Yeah, Levo said Crunchy's video about Godfrey is a crazy theory, but it's an insanely good video. Yeah, like stuff like that I'm perfectly fine with, because that's like taking something within the game and then just trying to stretch it to work in such a way. It doesn't necessarily work for me, but I definitely liked that one. John Paul said the lack of the payoff was the main thing he found disappointing. Yeah, going through all of the effort of building up MOJ 3D piece by piece, only for it to not have a landing, is probably why I'm feeling a little bit on uneven footing here. Chadwick said that's the responsibility of the content creator. You got to talk to him like he knows nothing about any parts of the subject. She trusted you too much at the end of this, to your detriment. Same here, my man. The curse of knowledge. Honestly, that is it's a bit of a meme, but that is kind of like the Dunning-Kruger. It's really difficult to know how much your target audience knows, and then if you just kind of over explain something, you could inadvertently come across as condescending, or thinking, yeah, just condescending is a good enough word for that. And it sucks, but that's just kind of how it is. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and link Nameless Singer's video into the chat again. So as always, guys, I want to thank you all for joining me. If you have more suggestions for videos you'd like to have me react to, you are more than welcome to put them into the YouTube comments of this video, so that way I'll get the notification to remember to like add them into my playlist. Or you could always do so on my Discord server, which is linked at the top of the chat if you want to join, if you haven't already. So anyway, that'll be it for me for tonight. I want to thank you all for joining again. We'll be going live again at the same time of 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So hopefully I'll catch you on the next one. Until then, take care. Stay safe. Last Protagonist out.